Neshkaret, people.
Tap.
Tap. Obarigani. Thank you for coming out. I guess as I close out my present public ministry over the next couple of months, the people are going to start dwindling down to the amount of people that started me out 20 years ago. About 2 or 3 people, me talking crazy stuff, and hoping it got through. If it gets too warm, y'all let me know, and we'll turn the fan back on, definitely. This is going to be a very special thing I had promised to do, specifically because of what has been taking place. So for this particular last round, I am not totally and completely leaving the scene. I'm becoming more private with what I'm going to do. I'm going to do private enclaves, not large open enclaves. Instead of the large teaching formats, small enclaves, 5 to 10 people who really want to deal with the study. So if there are people who are interested in that, they should let me know until such time as I, got the call to move. So I dedicate this last lecture here to, first and foremost, you brothers and sisters who have been here from the beginning. I dedicate it to my father, who passed at the end of last year. Didn't get a chance to actually see me in action, though he read some of my works. The title today will be, and we could take down these lights here, because these lights are going to be enough.
Because when you cut that out, all the lights shut down.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Can everybody see that? They're cool with that. All right. We're going to do this in 2 parts. Part 1, a resurrection of reason in the reign of ignorance. From Generation X to Generation Y to the terminal vision of Generation Z. And I am dedicating this moment because after I do the formal part of what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to get into something that we're going to try to do together, which is reason and build together. We haven't done that in a while, and we don't have many enclaves where we can free up to speak on levels such as what we're about to approach. Part 2 is going to be dedicated to alchemic thought. Alchemic thought being the exercise of reformulating the consciousness of matter and the light code reality matrix. This is where we're going to examine how thought works and how you may heal yourself, how you may bring your environment into harmony, what is necessary for you to become aware of in your thinking process so that you become more and more aware of who you are in relationship to the true dynamics. I'm talking about serious truth, not just the things that you think are true, but what you must access specifically and directly as truth. So again, the resurrection of reason in the reign of ignorance, and alchemic thought reformulating the consciousness of matter, and the light code reality matrix. I'm going to put this down formally first, and then part 2 we're going to kind of interchange on some topics that I put down some summaries to, and then we're going to speak on it. So, to the brothers and sisters, thank you once again for participating, at least with me here and out there in your living rooms, for sharing your precious attention with me. I'd like to thank the Creator, the ancestors, as my father went before, and my children, and the Queen, Dr. Nalani, and all of my brothers and soldiers, sister soldiers out there in the front. I want to take me a little moment here to call out some of the brothers that have, and sisters that have helped me on this journey and have given me an access to you. A lot of the brothers who sell the tapes out there on the street corners, a lot of the people who are out there in the heat and in the smoke and in the stench of traffic, these brothers and sisters don't get the kind of recognition because they're the frontline troops that get the information to the people that are being blocked from the people. And we have to support them as much as possible. Just go by because they have the current news of the day. That's your newspaper stand right there. They're going to tell you what's true, what's real. So, sticking with formality, I'd like to give thanks and big ups to Brother Bruce and Brother Jack and Soul Brothers Boutique for their kind invitation here today. I want to thank basically a brother who, in the last group, a long time ago, was responsible for actually getting the metaphysical energy out to the people. He and Brother Leon had taken the information and believed in the information and went out there with it. And that was Brother Big Man. Brother Big Man has been a constant liaison to me from the time years ago, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, when he knew what we were doing from back, going down by the slave theater and doing it back then, back when, you know, the metaphysics was not as deeply entrenched in the community. This brother was out front. And I also want to thank Brother Sarnetta for what he has been doing and what he was doing when he called and approached me at that time to come and do some private things so that we could get that information out to the people. I also want to give thanks to Eye Opener Productions, Brother Shabazz, Brother Chris, and Brother Black Dot, who approached me after there had been a lull in the metaphysical community, when there was this kind of void. And they said, let's resurrect it, because the youth did not have that bridge from the older metaphysicians to the younger ones. These younger brothers approached me, and we put together something, and then it began to resuscitate. I'd like to thank Sister Medina Renee and Brother Marvin Chambers for the works that they have done and to organize information for me. Brother Nkosi Kimati and Brother Jay, just recently, for calling me and keeping me up to date on a lot of things. Brother Teferu Azar, Kamal Vudon, and those brothers that, again, keep me in touch with what's going on, the immediacy of the day. I want to give a big shout out to my brother, my kind of twin in the metaphysics, Brother Bobby Hemmett. He and I, you know, went down into the trenches and been out there fighting all kinds of demons, both on the invisible realm and the visible realm, to maintain and to push things forward for us. Big ups to the brother for all the work that he has done. I want to give a shout out to Brother Panic, because I know that brother is going to be coming up and coming soon. There's a lot of torch passing that we are going to be handing over to, and these brothers, again, are keeping it up. Brother Mbwebe, Javon Buckner, and sisters like Joy Leary. Now, I had a chance to listen to Joy, and, you know, other than the Christian situation and where the churches are, I think that sister has a lot to say, because she's trying to bring it from a quasi-metaphysical perspective. If we were to give her some of the metaphysical degrees on some of the things that she was saying, and then she's a real serious secret weapon She can help get us into those doors where those constipated, the old folks who think that there's only one way to think about our condition, and that's it, and won't let the door open for the younger brothers and sisters who need to, who need to give a whole other meaning to what it is they've been holding on to. Sister Soldier, trying to keep it in their own way. Of course, big, heightful ups to Dr. Van Sertima, Brother Ashwa Kwesi, Brother Steve Coakley, Brother Hakeem Bey, Brother Mahir Razak, Brother Prentice Luster, Brother Dark Matter, Dr. Ann Brown, who is sitting right here, Doctors Leonard and Rosalind Jeffries, Brother Kermit Eady, Sister Puma, Princess Littleflower, Brother Hank Risingson, Brother Lester Loving, Brother Eric Muhammad, Brother Heru, Brother Cassius D, Sister Hatshepsut, Sister Myra L. and Sister Myra Moss, the Commission Brotherhood of Chicago, the Ancient Sons of the Pyramid in Miami, Brother Kevin Jackson, who resurrected the Gathering of the Masters, and together we put it on in Atlanta, Brother Akhenaten and Brother Shabazz of WRFG, Brother Jamal and his queen, Brother Mackey in Texas, and Brother Moshe. All these brothers and sisters were responsible for helping me to start feeling good, because I got really disappointed, felt really bad about doing this, trying to hold the torch, nobody listening. But these brothers said, these sisters said, keep doing it. And sure enough, they were right. And of course, the man whom I will be giving reference to in part 2 of this discourse, Nobel Prize nominee, and to us a winner by right, Dr. Gabriel Oyibo. I also, on my behalf, would like to put my little hat down at the end, at halftime, and ask you if you wish to give a donation to support as well as to subsidize what these brothers have put out so they can cover my costs. And I have some tapes here that I would normally run in the 30s and 40s. They're going on for $10 for each tape, and $15 for the doubles and the triples. And you probably have them already, but if you don't, they're there for you as well at cut rate prices. But before I cut to the chase, I'd like to put down some things for the record. And there's been a lot of things going around in the neighborhood that, as an elder, I can't believe I'm saying that.
Right?
As an elder, I feel that I have to step forward and say something, because if I don't say something, it's going to keep on going. And in our traditions, it is the elder that stepped forward to say what he had to say or she had to say in order to catch the attention of the youth who may be acting irrationally. So I have to say this lecture formally constitutes the final chapter of a 7-year cycle based on a life punctuated by cyclic events regulated by solar cycles of 7. This is from me to you, giving you an understanding of where I came from, just to put the historicity together. Don't worry, we're going to get to the meat of the thing. But because of the formality of what this represents for me, I have to put certain things into the camera to make sure that it stays, at least it stays for posterity, whatever it's worth after 10 or 20 years. I am a 7 child. Thus, every 7 years of my personal birth, conception, and manifestation numerical astrological chart, I am cosmically mandated to transcend my present duties, to move forward to another life cycle assignment whose time frame is the next 7 years. With this in mind, I began contemplating a closing topic that would best summarize the mission theme that has guided me over the past 14 years to the present. Thus the title, as you read it, A Resurrection of Reason in the Reign of Ignorance. This kind of summarizes everything that I have tried to do over the last few 7-year cycles. Because the last thing I have seen us do in the last 17 years or 18 years or 20 years is try to put everything that we're doing and everything we're learning into a context of reason. You will be attacked, not from the outside, but from within and amongst you. The enemy will have studied you to examine your weaknesses. He will look like you. He or she will come to your lectures, to your street altars, where you dispense magnetic messages in exchange for arms. He or she will come into your homes. They may be your best friends. They may even be your family. What I am saying is not to incite hysteria or distrust of the brothers and sisters here amongst us today, only to sharpen your intuition and your awareness, to be watchful and ever vigilant, because what you do makes you a target. What you think makes you a target. The enemy cannot attack you outright anymore, because this would show the younger brothers and sisters in search of light that you were correct all along. No, the enemy will attack you indirectly, plant poisonous seeds in the form of words and attitudes to incite you into an emotional high which clouds the eyes of reason. You attack each other with you say, I say ballistics, which automatically cancels out both of you who participate. You will be attacked, not from the outside, but from within and amongst you. The enemy will have studied you to examine your weaknesses. He will look like you. He or she will come to your lectures, to your street altars, where you dispense magnetic messages in exchange for arms. He or she will come into your homes. They may be your best friends. They may even be your family. What I am saying is not to incite hysteria or distrust of the brothers and sisters here amongst us today, only to sharpen your intuition and your awareness, to be watchful and ever vigilant, because what you do makes you a target. What you think makes you a target. The enemy cannot attack you outright anymore, because this would show the younger brothers and sisters in search of light that you were correct all along. No, the enemy will attack you indirectly, plant poisonous seeds in the form of words and attitudes to incite you into an emotional high which clouds the eyes of reason. You attack each other with you say, I say ballistics, which automatically cancels out both of you who participate in this journey. And all that is left is the perception that, damn, if these brothers and sisters were so conscious, how did they let that happen? Believe it or not, brother, in the war on consciousness, sister, it is truly the messenger that gives validity, respect, and credibility to the message. In the metaphysical war, it is the messenger that gives validity, respect, and credibility to the message. So, if you deem yourself a messenger, if you feel the calling, because you can't go up and sign an application, right, you can't look for employment, you have to sacrifice everything, damn near. Family, loved ones, peace and harmony in your home. Because what we are doing doesn't fit today. There is nothing here that fits today what we are speaking. We are the messengers in retrograde from tomorrow. We're the one that decided to step off the light train. It's zooming. Some of us have gone back and joined the light field in that trajectory towards what looks like a tomorrow. So I caution you. What happens to you happens to the message. How the messenger conducts his or herself validates or vitiates the message. So if you're out there barking at one another, if you're out there trying to one-up one another, it's not going to work, because that's exactly what the enemy wants us to do. Kill ourselves. So I caution you, no, I beg you, beware of the gossips. for their weapon is the word. One final point before we actually begin. I have received several phone calls from young brothers who were familiar with my work, and they've asked me what I think of what Brother Dawood has been saying about me. Is it true? If not, why would he say that? Normally, I don't usually give poisonous rhetoric spoken about me the time of day. But since it appears to have become a distraction to the young seekers, I've decided to take 1 or 2 minutes to talk about it. The Brother Dawood that you have described to me today, young brothers, if you're listening, is not the Dawood I knew at the earlier gatherings. Yes, he was critical, with a fuck you, no holds barred attitude that cut right to the quick. But he was teaching at that time. His words awakened and enlightened. Today, they only babble and belch, invoking disdain and revulsion. Those of us who knew him when see what has happened to him, and his present tapes bear this out. Most, if not all, of his diatribe is centered in vicious gossip and antiquated, warmed-over topics not worthy of the Dawood I came to know and love. Brother Dawood is hurting, and he's hurting bad. And his pain is expressed on the tape for all to see. Every now and then, vestiges of his earlier brilliance might slip into his droning narratives, but then his mind slips back into the anger and pain, and he literally attacks himself through those he admired. It is evident from the tapes that Brother Dawood is suffering an alcoholic breakdown, who also, with drugs, numbs himself into hopeless states of despair. I truly feel for that brother, and sincerely hope he cleans himself up, because on the real side, a drug-free and sober Brother Dawood would be an asset to the underground consciousness movement. That having been said, I will speak no more of it again in public ever. So don't call me up and ask me what I meant by this. Don't stop me on the street to tell me what else Brother Dawood has said in response to what I'm saying, because I don't give a royal, presidential, aristocratic fuck. I want you to know that. Brothers and sisters, my lifelong dedication to the study and understanding of metaphysics has been primarily a quest to perfect and develop my personal powers of reasoning, to hone the capabilities of whatever biocosmic instrument operating inside my brain for the purpose of assessing the mind of the Creator, to go behind and beyond the stagnant logic of the commonplace mind, matter-of-fact reality index, into the light code photoreality or proto-reality matrix, to learn how to manipulate my molecular atomic self to ever more refined images of the Creator. I guess you could see that I somewhat slipped and took a detour in my present stage of my journey. See? Got a little bigger than it used to be. This is the reason why I chose to share with you this topic of reason and how we may achieve a harmonious and reasoning mind under this present-day reign of human violence and ignorance. This present reign of violence and ignorance is the tragic evidence of a spiritual war declared some 2,000 years ago, and we, the refugees, suffer within its perpetual aftermath that lingers like a stench that we've all become too used to. An example of this can be seen and heard in the movie Fight Club, when the psychotic schizophrenic Tyler Durden said, quote, Quote, "We are the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no great war, no great depression. Our great wars is a spiritual war. Our great depression is ourselves. We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars, but we won't, and we're slowly learning that fact, and we're very, very pissed off. This pathological conditioning of our last generation X and the one that will bloom over the next 5 years, which they call Generation Y, at our present pace of descent as a civilization, is already tilling the soil for the germination of the final degeneration of our society, known as Generation Z. At this point, humanity either rises to its cosmically designated, genetically encoded heights, or sinks into the filthy abyss of its own self-degenerated, self-perpetuated suffering and misery. And thus have we defined our destiny as a civilization through the alphabet of sociopathic degeneration. The alphabet of sociopathic degeneration. Generation X, Generation Y, and Generation Z. Alphabets of pathology. Every time they talk about Generation X, it's always about what was wrong with Generation X. They're getting ready to talk about what's wrong with Generation Y in a minute, because they're going to send them over to die and kill. At this point, we have defined our destiny as a civilization. The next question is, and the next generation, Generation Y, check it out, is the most self-absorbed generation, lost in a playland of distractions provided for them by the parasitic elite. The movie I, Robot is a depiction of the entire sociopathic alphabet, where Will Smith is the aging Generation Y and the robots represent the two aspects of Generation Z. Sonny, which actually was an acronym for Sony from Japan, because Sony was the first to explore artificial intelligence. Sony, or Sonny, was the hope of redemption, the special seed, the one, get this, not connected to the hive mother mind, like I've been telling you. Anybody saw iRobot? Then there are the new models, totally connected to the hive mother by way of the heart chakra, the physical seat of the soul, where she motivates them to kill. In the end, Generation Z is left to fend for itself with Sony as their leader and their guide. Check the chipping that's going on. Back in 1996, I made an announcement after Brian Wrong had come. And Dr. Brown was there when we looked inside of Brian Wrong's head and saw the mechanics stitched in him. He looked like a cyborg. Am I right or wrong, Dr. Brown? She brought an orthoscope, the thing that the doctors push in your ear, turn on a light to look in there, and sure enough, we saw this silver thing lining his ear, going all the way down into his ear canal. He had it up in his throat, in the back, in his spine, and in his chest. In 1996, I made an announcement at the Gathering of the Masters that as of that year, over 197,000 children were uploaded with the chips. That was back then. Will plays the part of the reverse racist. Right. Check it out. Who shows contempt for the blue-eyed, pale-faced, childlike creature. But a little more about that later. Children today are being programmed to think that every man and woman should act and do for themselves. They sit transfixed like zombies in front of TVs and various size computer screens, worshiping artificial people with cartoon lives, while the system drugs them with vicarious experiences and superheroes, secondhand sensuality, seducing them into believing that they must achieve fortune and fame in order to have meaning in their lives. If you can't sell it, you can't spend it, it don't mean nothing. America's children, more specifically white children, and generally black and Latino children, now suffer from the psychosocial disease of affluence. The disease of affluence. A child who is poor looking at everybody else who has a whole other frame of mind now. The comfort and the so-called pseudo-joy being expressed by the boy leaning out of his huge gas-sucking big fucking tank of a Navigator, a truck that gets maybe 15, maybe 13, like when they lie to you, 12 miles a gallon. The wars that you're going to see fought in the next 10 years are so we can drive SUVs. This is why at the present time there are over 1,000 active serial killers operating in the world today, with 76% of them born and raised here in the good old USA. Our nearest competitor is England, with 17% of the world's serial killers. But understand that while the US can claim the dubious distinction of spawning 3/4 of all serial killers operating today, we only constitute by number 6% of the world's population, with over 70% of the serial killers. The profile of a serial killer is of no surprise to us. 84% of them are white, 90% of them are white males, 86% of them are heterosexuals, and 3% of them are men of color. Another example of the symptoms of toxic affluence, besides serial killing, happens mostly to white women. And that is bulimia, anorexia, obesity, which is for us the same, for black folks, depression and suicide. But the rate is going up in the black community now because black males are killing themselves at a higher level now. And this is from the richest country in the world. It's gotten so bad that psychiatrists are treating grown-ass men who are stressed out because their lives are entirely centered around the outcomes of professional sports events. Brothers and sisters, we are all suffering from psycho-spiritual battle fatigue. We have become a society of angry, hateful people, which means that the adversary is one up on us so far. You ever been driving? Who's a driver here? Who's a driver here? Let me ask you a question. I want to show you the temper of the times. You're driving along. Somebody comes up, nice looking car, cuts you right off. What's the mind? Motherfucker.
Right?
I defy anybody to be driving in New York City and not be stressed out at the wheel. Angry at the next person, vying for the little space that we have left. Did you see anybody come over the bridge today? Yeah. Did you see the Triborough Bridge? Wall-to-wall cars. It's like we become a nation of hateful, angry, spiteful, selfish, self-important brats. And the saddest thing about it all is the ones that we are most angry, spiteful, and hateful at is ourselves. All of us are unknown victims of mental molestation. Let me say that again. All of us are victims of mental molestation. It's as if all of the oxygen around us is drying up with only a few pockets of air floating by, and we're all stepping on each other's faces just to catch our next breath. Crabs in a barrel. What has happened to reason? Where's the logic in all of this? Well, maybe to answer this, we need to first canvass the crime scene for clues. So much is happening so fast, and it seems that most of it is bad. The parasitic elite have stolen humanity's cosmic vision and our power to dream of a sane, safe, and fruitful tomorrow. They've substituted nightmares, poltergeists, and blood-sucking demons dressed as politicians, priests, doctors, and CEOs who drain the creative energies through the frequencies of fear. For example, the society teaches us that there are two things driving our present concept of civilization: killing and money. These two principles are the alpha and omega, the electric and the magnetic, the yin and the yang of our present world paradigm. These two principles are the pathological parents that have given birth to the greed, avarice, hatred, jealousy, covetousness, and helplessness suffered by humanity today. We are all trapped in a demonic dance of death and dollars. The online writer, a man named Kaminsky, rightly states that no matter what, we cannot have peace in our time because we all need to make money. It is the need to make money that drives the demon of violence. And the legalized ritual of state-sanctioned murder is the most profitable enterprise we know today. Thus, it is money, the so-called root of all evil, that becomes the necessity that keeps us alive, but inhuman. The old adage, for the love of money, etc., is now relative because one cannot love money, one can only lust after it. It was the lust of money that brought down the towers. It was the lust of money that brought us into Iraq. It's been the lust of money that brought us into, is going to be bringing us into Syria and Iran, Cuba, North Korea, China, and eventually into the streets of America itself for the lust of money. And it was for the lust of money that brought us over here in the first place. It is for the lust of money and power that our societal unit called the family has died. It is the lust of money and power that makes one religious mindset want to dominate another. Pope Leo IX, I believe, said, and I quote to his cardinals and his bishops, "We all know," quote, what a profitable thing this myth of Jesus has been for us. Pope Leo himself said that. So what is the lesson of society today? Simple. Honesty is an impediment to making money. Let me say that again. Honesty is an impediment to making money. Those who work for truth and harmony remain poor, barely getting by. Right. Our entire society is based on the bending, twisting, warping, and repression of truth. It is mutilated into abstract, unrecognizable shapes by pleasant-looking white men and white-looking black women on TV at 6 and 11 o'clock every day, so that it looks, sounds, and feels just like the twisted minds who manipulated it in the first place. As I mentioned in my last lecture, that through Tavistock mind control, this was the reason for the introduction of abstract art into the societal mindset. It was a means of distortion to twist, condition, and confuse the perception-making ability of reality art, of reasoning art, so as to distort our ability to experience and see ourselves through the artist's depiction of everyday life. The political, conscious art of the late 50s, 60s, and 70s art that depicted the conditions of life, our history, every day, for us as men and women, reminding us of where we were as a people, was trashed by so-called art experts who told us what we should like and what we should not like. So canvases full of splattered paint, geometric lines, palm prints, glued on sticks and twisted metal became the desired art of contemporary society. Art originally was the way to creatively show the community, the village, little snapshots of themselves. Today, it's all about how much some hermaphrodite agent from Tavistock Central tells you that your art is worth. Today, property, opulence, and ownership is everything. You could be dumb as a head of cabbage just so long as you got bling on a string. Doesn't matter how you get it. You are held in the highest esteem. A nigga with a 3 IQ. Like 50 Cent. Gets respect. To be honest in this society is to be poor. The scam known as religion is the mental concept behind every other money-lusting scheme. The religious God is the #1 scam, the alpha scam, with politics being #2. Thus, power is the God the Father, money is God the Son, and murder is God the Holy Ghoster.
Break it down.
This threefold principle of demonic gods recruits our children to become members of their religion, the religion called patriotism. Oh, these bastards claim that there is no prayer in school, but that's a lie. Every morning in school, from kindergarten up, our society teaches them to put their hands over their hearts and promise to kill and plunder every motherfucker that comes up against the red, white, and blue. Every morning our children pray to the red, white, and blue gods of gold and power and money and murder. And where is the reason? Where is the reason? Well, let's start looking at what that word really means.
Phil, you want the pointer?
I got it. We snatched up a little something. All right. Reason. Raison. See, I'm up to date now. Reason. Computation. To count. To calculate. To think. A statement offered in explanation or justification, a rational ground or motive, a sufficient ground of explanation or logical defense, the thing that makes one fact intelligible. What's that word there? Cause. In other words, when we exercise reason, we automatically fall into the realm of cause. We go behind the veneer, the illusion, to exercise our consciousness, to know what this thing really means. Life is a series of hieroglyphics that we have to decode. And reason is the teacher. The power of comprehending, inferring, or thinking, especially in orderly, rational ways. We don't have time for rational thinking. We got to make money. Reason, intelligence. Reason denotes intelligence. Proper exercise of the mind. Let me say that again. Proper exercise of the mind. What's the next word? There's no more reasoning. Thus, there's no more sanity. The sum of the intellectual powers. Treatment that affords satisfaction, a formal accounting, see reason, justify me, rightly, all the words, to use the faculty of reason, to make part of conversation, discussion, to talk with another, as to influence his actions or opinions, to justify or support, blah, blah, blah. We're going to reasonable. agreeable to reason, not extreme or excessive, moderate, fair, inexpensive. You teach reason, you stay poor. You see these words you put together. Reasoning, the use of reason, drawing up inferences. An instant of the use of reason, argument, not based on support by reasoning. Senseless, when you're reasonless, you're senseless, which means your four senses shut down. The part of you, that faculty of the intuition, no longer is able to calculate for you, and so your emotions, your lower essence emotions, take over. By definition, reason seems to be up for grabs for individual interpretation. By implication, reason is based on what one has already experienced as reasonable. It implies that true reasoning is based on the fact that those who are reasoning together are truthful with each other, offering up all of the facts for consideration. But if one of the parties involved in the reasoning is purposefully denied or impeded from having all of the facts, it is not an exercise of reason, but an exercise in manipulation through conceptual conquest. An exercise in manipulation through conceptual conquest. In other words, I'm going to argue you into the ground with a fact and a point that ain't real, but I'm just going to overwhelm your senses and make you tired, which is what they do every day. In the newspaper, you keep getting it over and over and over. When is this shit going to stop? It stops when you don't buy the shit no more. The ability to reason is in the truest sense of the word, is being listen carefully. The ability to reason is being genetically bred out of us with each successive generation. This child is not going to be taught how to reason in school. The only reasoning that that child will have will come from their parents, if their parents are reasonable. This ability was seen as odd in the robotic character Sonny in I, Robot, who represented the degenerating or the connection between generations X, Y, and Z. How the hell could you reason? You're supposed to be a robotic, non-thinking asshole. We've made you that way. You see what I'm saying? Transpose yourself. You are not supposed to be able to think for yourself. You are a drone. We made you that way. At this time, we're formulating you that way. How could you be thinking and feeling these things? How could you have a reasoning bone in your body or a reasoning cell in your brain? Well, let's just find out. The faculty of the brain that exercises reason is slowly being atrophied in our children. The contexts for the utilization of reason is now limited to the blind acquisition of money, power, and prestige. The brains of our children are being insidiously short-circuited by the corrosive curriculums of modern-day public education. Together with the continuous pollution from our skies through chlorofluorocarbons, lead arsenics and aluminum chemtrails, electronic pollution from HAARP, domestic lighting, TVs, computers, and the toxic fluorides and chemicals brewed into your drinking water, your toothpaste, and your soft drinks, and all of your foods. They have completely disconnected us from our universal Father and our terrestrial Mother. The toxic clouding of our skies is directly related to the toxic clouding of our brains. As I've said 1,000 times over the past 30 years, within our brains, there exists a blueprint, in this case a black print, of the infinite stars that we see in heaven. It is a point-for-point copy, represented in the billions of microcosmic neural cells and synaptic webs that punctuate our brains and nervous system. That what we see as light beaming between star clusters is duplicated in the human brain as electrochemical impulses. As above, so below. As without, so within. The light fixtures that we call constellations feed us with photonic codes, through information relay systems from the holographic galactic core of the Creator's mind. The neuronal fixtures of the brain are receptors of relative cosmic information. Now here's where we're going to start getting into the metaphysics. Part 2, put on your metaphysical cap, because that's where we're going. If I'm going to do something as a last go out, it's going to be the deepest metaphysics that I'm going to leave you with something that you're going to have to study.
Right.
Know thyself. Let me say that again. The neural fixtures are receptors of relative cosmic information. The word relative means all the energy there is in the universe. All there is. Quantum means little pockets. Things that have broken away from the relative. That means you. You're a quantumized creature of intelligence. You stepped off of the relative. That's when you stepped out of the Garden of Eden. The neural fixtures of the brain are receptors of relative cosmic information that interfaces with the quantumizing decoding matrix that we call the human brain. Thus, the neurons of the brain are specialized cell fixtures, biological constellations that use electrochemical bits of data synthesized from the celestial constellations, which broadcast the divine instructions for our species' purpose of higher reasoning, awakening, and evolution. Awakening and evolution. Let me say that again. The neurons of the brain are specialized cell fixtures, biological constellations that use electrochemical bits of data synthesized from the celestial constellations, which broadcast to us the divine instructions for our species' purpose of higher reasoning, awakening, awareness, and evolution. In our children, these higher functions are being shut down, repressed, and underdeveloped. These higher cosmic memories and thought processes in our children are being impeded by the indoctrinational processes of education and the distorting frequencies of the media. They are being purposefully infected and afflicted with SOAD, synthetically orchestrated arrested development. Synthetically orchestrated arrested development. And I don't mean the group. Example, let's look at the part of the brain responsible for the recall of experience and the cataloging of thought as memory. They call it the hippocampus. Now, one of the baddest breaker-downers of the brain and metaphysical melanin and what melanin does is sitting right amongst you here today. Dr. Ann Brown, let's hear it for her. Now, the hippocampus is not just for the recall of memory. That's what the priests of medical science and that idiot institution called research science. The hippocampus is not just for the recall of memory. Our mundane, everyday rituals from dawn to dusk. Oh yeah, what do we do? Don't step off the street. Watch out for that truck. No. It is the cerebral library connected to the celestial library of cosmic memory, which the soul possesses or processes through itself. It can go back into the files of one's incarnational experiences and study and relive one's divine own heritage. If you understand how the hippocampus works, and you need to draw a picture of a hippocampus if you want to go back into your ancestral memory, because that's the fiber, that's the web, and I'll show you how. In the Bible, they speak about it. They show it to you every day in front of your face. It is where our actions on earth are reflections of solar galactic activity, which we synthesize into a catalog of experiences that translates with the exercise of reason. The hippocampus is Greek for water, river, or seahorse. That's what it came from. Hippocampus is water horse or seahorse or river horse. A hippopotamus was a river horse. That's where it came from. The celestial hippocampus, or the water horse star, is the constellation Pegasus. So the constellation Pegasus is connected directly to your hippocampus. It is from the constellation Pegasus and through that particular constellation that you open up the doors to the grand library of the soul. That's the doorway. That's where mp4 stands. In Greek mythology, which is nothing more than Kemetic astrophysics, let me just say that again. Greek mythology is Kemetic astrophysics. Pegasus was a child of Poseidon, chief god of the sea, making Pegasus the white horse of the sea. Now, the sea was not just water. Water represented the invisible plane as a tangible doorway or nexus or fixture into two realities, one solid, one not solid. So the sea was seen as everything that was space or expansion. So the Empyrean Sea was wherever you saw atmosphere, where living things breathed. So if you do this with your hand, you feel resistance, just like if you were in a denser field of reality in water, you would get that resistance the same way. So you are in a sea and breathe a whole other kind of quality of water. In fact, when you are in your mother's womb, you're in water. You just come out breathing a more refined form of water. And that's what the retraction is. When you speak about creation, and which is what we're going to get deep about next part 2. In the contraction of the Creator to create, it allowed the denser formula of the sea to become more refined in that 10%, so that it may refine itself within the environment it created. So you are in a refined womb. The Adam Kadmon, everybody ever heard that in Kabbalah? Adam Kadmon is not born yet, does not exist. If you know your Kabbalah, Adam Kadmon does not exist. Adam Kadmon is in the womb right now, getting ready to exist. And this is who we are, the seeds of the Adam Kadmon. So in Greek mythology, the white horse was sacred to the companion and companion to the goddess Nesomyne. And that's Mnesomyne, the goddess of memory. Isn't that deep? In Greek mythology, Pegasus was the companion, had a companion, the Greek goddess Persephone. Oh no, let me do it right. Nesomyne. And it was she who was the companion to the horse being what it was, and she being the goddess of memory. Clue. In Gray's Anatomy, the hippocampus is described as a white filter-like structure. In Stedman's dictionary, it's called the cornu ammonis. Yes, the cornu ammonis. This is in Stedman's, not me. But here it is. It means white eminence. So, ammonis. Clue? ammonis. Ammon. Amen. In mythology, this horse is described with wings, a metaphysical symbol for the cerebrum. Wherever you see the wings in mythology, it means the cerebrum. Now, go to your local movie house or check your video collection for a Hollywood production studio whose link is the white flying horse galloping in flight toward the screen. Yeah. What's it called? Tri-star. In Pegasus, there are 3 prominent stars. You think these bastards don't know what's going on? They know. You don't. Here is a cryptic symbol of what Hollywood is about. They are our memory makers. Check it out. Every time you see that coming to your screen, know that they're coming to fuck with your memory. And your attention is fixed. Here is the cryptic symbol of what Hollywood is about. They are our memory makers as well as our memory disruptors. Strobe-intensive images are broadcast into your willingly receptive consciousness where they terraform your perception of reality. They project images to the open centers of memory in your brain and manipulate the reality context under which we and our children function every day. Psychologically, the many pathological behaviorisms exhibited by our children today are based on the disruption or underuse of certain information processing centers of the brain that are not being allowed to interface with their cosmic counterparts. This interrupts their ability to manifest the necessary electrochemical components of harmonious thought that would be used to exercise the divine principle of reason. In other words, if they are not taught through the words that they are heard in the school how to give tangible understanding and understanding to the images that the words are supposed to convey. If you don't exercise a child's field of imagination, then that field lays barren. It goes dead for lack of attention. And it is the field of imagination that you as the parent must cultivate so that child may connect the dots as it begins to grow in its own self-realization. It carries the seed of every experience, and it has used you as the model through which to come through. That means you're connected to that child through some experience that is similar to what you have had in your past. So your children are connected to you. In fact, they're older than you because they came after you. Think about that. What happens after they become an adult? You become a child almost, an old child. And they take care of you. Check?
Check.
With no connection to the higher light codes that feed our cerebral light fixtures, our children's souls have no way of outletting the karmic signature energies that brought them back. No way of exercising the reasoning that would help them to identify their incarnational issues, to help them to evolve and fulfill their life's purpose. This is why Bush, in the parasitic elite that he rules and rules him, is about to start a campaign. That's the insane taking over the asylum. All disruptive. Now we know what that means. It means you can't teach. Let me just say this again. There are no disruptive children. What is disruptive is what you're teaching them. The disruption is the natural reaction to bullshit. Now, check this. Listen carefully. The insane are the ones most healthy in this society. Those people driven insane are actually expressing the true symptomologies that are indicative of a sick society. If you seem sane in an insane society, you are a crazy motherfucker.
Break it down.
See, the white man was crazy when he came over here. You were the sane ones. Now they're making you think you crazy because you're not acting insane. You don't want to fuck up the sky. You don't want to make the waters filthy. You don't want to kill off all the animals. You don't want to start killing people for a little piece of real estate so that you can make oil and make money. Are you insane? This is why the Bush parasites, under the guise of sweeping health initiatives, is now attempting to further impede our children's psychospiritual evolutionary growth by screening them for mental illness. Children will label as disruptive. This Orwellian project is called the New Freedom Commission on Mental Health. Let's just examine that. The New Freedom Commission on Mental Health. The New Freedom. See, we're getting ready for a new kind of freedom, everybody. A kind of freedom where slavery is freedom. Listen to the new kind of freedom. You are allowing some man who made a deal with the pharmaceuticals to push his drugs to assign you to a particular category of behavior so that they could drug you and keep you sedated with those drugs, the sacraments of their church. Brothers and sisters, I would like to review with you the evidence that I have gathered that proves there is a creeping infection of the collective consciousness upon our people. The age of reason may very well be on the way and in the foreseeable horizon, but it is still an optional destination. It is all based on choice. But if we are not allowed to choose, because we are not allowed to examine all of the variables so as to make such choices that will be of collective benefit to us all, then the age of reason will surely manifest as the age of rancor. The age of reason, or the age of nope, wait a minute, hold up. Where we are. Here we are. Here we are. Brothers and sisters, everybody is talking about we are in the age of reason. No, we're not. We are more like in the age of rancor. And in the age of rancor, you have bitter, deep-seated ill will. Much like what I was saying at the top of the lecture about certain people who have a bitterness towards life that they express to everyone else in their behaviorisms and through their words. If we don't check the way we use words to define our reality and to help others define themselves, then we are guilty of sabotaging the work, the life's work that you are supposed to be down here doing. I'd like to kick off what may be seen as the sign of the times. I'd like to speak on some things real quick before we move forward to show about the age of rancor and reason. In a place called Acton, A-C-T-O-N, and I would actually ask you in your mind to put a parenthesis around the word, the letter C. You got a pencil paper there? There's a place called Acton, California. I want to show you how the chairs are working. In Acton, California, an 11,000-acre fire. An 11,000-acre fire is burning down houses, trees, and crops. It was started by, get this, a hawk that flew into a high-tension wire. The flames on his wings ignited the dry tinder, and he fell down to earth, and voila! Heru has delivered a message from Acton, or Acton, or to Acton, California. By the way, it was a red hawk, the symbol of the western sun and the red disk. And the western sun is called Aton. Atenray. The red disc sits atop the head of the hawk Heru. Burn, motherfucker, burn. The messages are going to come from the sky. Nature is going to turn. She's coming. Item. It's interesting to note that the number of acres that they reported burned was 11,000. Emphasis, once again, on that number sigil, 11. Is it coincidence we've just been collectively fist-fucked by the 9/11 Commission? Excuse me with the little children here, but we adults. We just got the royal ramrod from the 9/11 Commission, who just handed a get-out-of-jail-free pass to the first resident of the United States. Is it coincidence that the USA Network just aired a sci-fi miniseries called The 4400? Isn't it deep that 44 is a multiple of 4 times 11? This pilot film was about a group of abductees who, after a period of years, were suddenly returned in a ball of light. They all had to readjust to life once again, as did the family and friends they left behind. But all of the soap opera tear-jerking bullshit was to actually mask the occult interplay of the number 11 that was constantly threaded throughout the movie. And how the homeland security of tomorrow was being sold to you on the down low. The producers of this nonsense wanted to hoodwink the audience into accepting a kinder, gentler fascist state, a benevolent homeland security. When the abductees first returned, they were housed in a compound, check. All of them wearing the same gray state shirt as the monoform, not the uniform, but the monoform of the day. But if you check it closer, wasn't nothing but a prison. Visitors had to talk to their people through a plastic glass case by phone. Familiar for those who ever went to visit loved ones? They were only released by court order. In the film, most especially the beginning, you see the number of abductees taken. The abductees were told, who were taken from the place in the 50s. They were taken from 1950s all the way through 2001, if you've seen it. Now, for each individual, the dates that they were abducted were displayed in text across the screen. Lo and behold, each and every one of these people were taken on the 11th day of the month. Only one was taken out of sequence, and that last one was taken on the 22nd, 11 by 2. One dude tells his wife who returned, "You haven't been a part of my life for 11 years." And just keep ramming it down your throat. Why? Because 11 is a sacred number to the Illuminati. And guess what? The series debuted on July 11th. Item. Word is that Russia and all of the satellite states that's still connected to her is about to go bankrupt, and the collapse is about to be felt in America. This will prompt a need for us to go to orange alert. You keep watch, you hear? En route to martial law. Already we've heard about the suspension of the presidential selection process in case of a terrorist incident. Retired General Tommy Franks said to be ready for suspension of all rights in a military government. Thanks to Brother Jay, he gave me that book, Aficionado, you know, where white men vicariously wish they had black dicks, and they chew on a cigar. They just sit around chewing on cigars. We are all being conditioned to be under total military dictatorship through terror, martial law, and a land without a constitution. Get ready for Code Red. Every day, some talking head idiot anchorman with a mic and a teleprompter is amping up the social stress levels with bullshit false alarms to make us move and more and more beholding to the military authority. A totalitarian New World Order police state system that will be the only recourse offered to us by the parasitic elite. It's the same warmed over Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution, used to keep the 1,000-headed ass, the mass ass, the clueless cattle, the mindless sheeple, the gullible goyim, cowering in their respective corrals. The bombing of the train in Madrid was a primer, a dress rehearsal to the carnage that they're about to visit upon us. Madrid was a classic Mossad false flag operation, just like WTC-1 and WTC-2. They kill innocent victims, steal their identities, and perpetrate unspeakable crimes in their name. Brothers and sisters, there's some things going on down in New Zealand right now. And notice that New Zealand is the place where they shot what? Lord of the Rings. What does that read, people? Loud enough. The Israel Mossad agent Zev Bakin has been running Asian criminal gangs used to obtain Australian identity documents and other passports. Stolen from Australians killed in Asia, a New Zealand security official said. I was contacted by a New Zealand official who has intelligence connections in Asia while I was shopping in Tuol Tampong Market in Phnom Penh and provided documents to support this information on the condition that it remained anonymous. And I not publish the documents considering the risk to officials if the source of this leak was identified. This New Zealand official said Barkin was connected to an Israel terrorist cell operating out of Thailand. Now, we said to you that right before 9/11, Pakistan stopped a group of Islamic teachers, 7 or 9 of them, going through the airport. The Pakistani airport police saw that they looked suspicious. They grabbed them up thinking that they were hijackers and terrorists. When they got them corralled, because they looked like they were Muslim hijackers, when they looked at their passports, it was Israeli passports. They locked them down and contacted the Israeli government. The Israeli government went ballistic, said, release them now. Your news keeps talking some crap. And see, this is what was bullshit about 9/11. It's what's bullshit about Amy Goodman. It's what's bullshit about Michael Moore. All of them are distractions right now. Because the truth is, everything happening is a Mossad experiment. It is a mission. It's called false flag operation. Now, if any of y'all in here is going to run back and tell it so that they'll say, well, he's a anti-Semite. Fuck y'all. The word is out. Because these are Mossad agents who are coming and telling us what's going on. The whole 9/11 was a Mossad project. It was a mission by the Mossad to do what they couldn't do in WTC-1. This thing about blaming Mohammed Atta is bullshit. They killed Mohammed Atta, took his passport, and blamed him. There's one thing about Michael Moore. He keeps talking this 19 hijacker bullshit. But they're not telling you that what happened. 5 days, 3 days, 4 days, Not even know. They already knew who it was a day afterward. The day of. And then 2 or 3 days later, 7 of the so-called 19 people that were put up on CN called in to the consulate, the American consulate, called into the Israeli consulate, called into the Saudi Arabian consulate, said, "What the fuck are you all talking about? I'm here. I'm alive." And my passport was reported stolen. So they keep pushing 19 hijackers. They said that Muhammad Atta was a serious student of Quran. His whole thing was peace. When the guys would go out, he would be the little timid guy sitting in the corner that they would have to force to go speak to a woman. They would tell him, "Get up, go talk with her, go talk with her." No, 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 no. The man barely had a scrotum. And he orchestrated the takeover of a jet and rammed it like a supersonic fighter pilot, Top Gun, into this place, this tower? Hell no. He didn't. He didn't do that. It was not him. Just like they found one of the skyjackers a passport a block away in mint condition. It's incredible that we're sitting still for this bullshit. Just to sit back and listen to the way these politicians played their part. Because they did. They were told, mask it, shut it down, give them what they think they want, make us look good, and let's keep moving. They wanted to dig and start putting up a new site up. Like 2 weeks later, they were drawing up plans. Don't believe what they're telling you in school about 9/11. It's a lie. Listen to your mama. Whenever you want to know the truth, listen to your mama. Don't let the teacher matter of fact, children your age have been hell on teachers once they've been with me. I have been dedicated to making fools out of teachers because I know that in their heart they're good, but I know what they are doing to our children. The curriculum are set and structured to make them into automaton fools, and we can't allow that. Brothers and sisters in the college level go and challenge their professors with their names and numbers behind them and make them just embarrassed. Just shut them down. Right. Especially when it comes to metaphysics and physics. Now we can shut them down with Oyibo. It's all been a false flag operation from the beginning. And anyone trying to tell you that 9/11, is this wet? Because I'll take it off. It's wet?
Getting a little wet.
Getting a little wet? All right. Y'all can see my receding hairline. That's because I'm thinking it's pulsing right here now. It's burning up my hair. Now, again, the real Atta was killed and either a suicidal Mossad agent, because they just as suicidal. They take an oath for suicide for Israel, but you don't ever hear about that one. Or they paid off some Arab to do the dirty deed, to be the one who'd be the fall guy. That's why I know Michael Moore, for all that is claimed by the Bushites, he himself is an agent. Amy Goodman shut down all talks about 9/11 as well. If you listen to her interview with the dude who wrote that book, she brought on some guy to detract what his book said. Never did that before. had a debate over the 9/11 book. Instead of just listening to the author, she brought on somebody with an opposite view. She ain't never did no shit like that. She did that because WBAI gets part of their money from the Ford Foundation. Matching funds or whatever it is that's allocated for free radio. So most of the left radio is being funded by the right. Bernard White and all them motherfuckers. They can dance around 9/11. And this other guy who got this thing called expert witness. Michael Levine, crying the blues about what it is that these FBI agents, I've been undercover, I keep talking about it. I've been undercover, I keep hearing that shit, we know. None of them are talking about the fact that the Mossad agents that they caught there, that two of them were approached, two FBI agents came forward to tell their superiors they were approached by Israeli agents working inside the FBI to join the Mossad. We're not hearing about that. If he is not an agent, that being Michael Moore, then he is most certainly an asset. See, there's a difference between an asset and an agent. Right. A lot of people say, hey, nigga, an agent. No, he may not be an agent, but he's an asset because his actions support them. You see, Bill Cosby is an asset because he's all boule. See? Colin Powell is an asset. But you know he's just outright agent, but he's also an asset. Condoleezza Rice, I don't know what the fuck she is. Michael Moore is also a monumental distraction to what did not occur on the 9/11 Commission, and so was Amy Goodman and Pacifica and WBAI especially. I'm doing that formally. The real documentary on 9/11 should be done by who? InfoWars. Alex Jones. Why don't put his 9/11 on there? Or why don't they go back to my own that I did on December with Big Man? That broke it down before all of that shit hit. But see, I was a little black boy. I was just digging shit up as I saw it. Started seeing where all the dirt was and just put it together, and 2 and 2 made 4. At least in my own arithmetic. Showed you in my thing how, remember when we went through it? Showed you where all the blast points were as the buildings were going up. We kept rewinding it and showing you blast point, and it was just collapsing. And you know where we got that tape from? The Spanish television. They didn't edit it before it got to the thousand-headed ass that spoke English. Spanish television was showing the shit. They were showing the bodies hitting and everything. Yeah. That's right. Yep, and dig it. We saw, those who had the tape, we showed you the blast that brought down the foundations to Building 7. It was right there, boom, you saw it go up first, and then all of a sudden the charges went up down the central column, and the whole goddamn thing collapsed. That's right. We were there first. You heard it first. We were the ones who told you about the fact that that was not a plane that hit the first tower. That it was a missile retrofitted to look like a plane. And that the damn thing shot something into the building first, disappeared, and then a microsecond later, then blew up. Then we showed you that as the plane was banking into the second building, that underneath was this huge tank or something that wasn't on any other 737s. And that the bank could not have been made with the G-forces. That bank could not have been made by a pilot. He'd have blacked out before that and would have missed it. We showed you what the Israeli, through the Talmud, thought about Christians. And and what they were allowed to do to you. Alex Jones is the most serious white boy telling the story next to the anonymous writer on the events of 9/11, and you can go and see what the anonymous writer did. His name is anonymous, and he's doing it so he does not have his life taken. It's on a website called whatreallyhappened.com. Pull down that information, because there's some things I missed back in this December of 2001, and I don't have all the sophisticated research materials and the ability. All I do is look at the information and try to put some points out there. But he went in and got all the dirt. He had, I mean, he broke it down, showed the pictures. Man, let me show you something. Let me show you something on your boy W. You know, it's deep. Let me see if I still have it here. It's deep because it's evidence of what went on, or what's been going on and been kept away from us. Evidence of how they played the perception game. Come back here. Don't you go nowhere. Let me see if it's here. If not, we'll move on and we'll get it later on, probably when I jump up on it. Oh, here's another thing. Check it out. This was very interesting, and I thought that maybe you all might see what this war in Palestine is all about. That's the war. See that black line? That's going to be the war. And it's going to keep going. All the way down to Ramallah. Section affected by ruling, partly finished. See? They're getting ready to take it and put it all the way out. They're getting ready to wall out or wall in the Palestinians. We got the Bantustan from South Africa again. Trying to yell at me. Yeah. Brothers and sisters, terror is all about money, mayhem, and murder. U.S. News and World Report, May 17, 2004, White House officials say they got a working premise about terrorism and the presidential election. It's going to happen, end quote. We assume, says a top administrative official, an attack will happen leading up to the election, and he added, it will happen here. And the stress keeps being ratcheted up. The terror factor is now relentless. It's estimated that the word terror is said by newscasters and talk show hosts about 20,000 times a day just in New York. It's so transparent who is behind this orchestrated yo-yo alert bullshit that even the cops are setting off M80s in the subway. It was supposed to be a terror maneuver against the people by the parasitic elite, right? But this Keystone Homer Simpson asshole didn't execute his assignment and blew his own simple ass up. Quicker than you could say Adolf Eichmann, Mein Führer, Giuliani. We hear that this cop, we hear it was about a cop, but he was stressed. He was fired. He wanted to be a hero. Poor thing. The brass was in on it. It was supposed to cause a panic. It was a drill. It was supposed to be the excuse to further militarize the area for the coming convention. It was supposed to be a political prophecy come true. Terror will strike soon, end quote. It was supposed to be the excuse to shut down the transportation routes that the tens of thousands of protesters were supposed to use to get to the rallies taking place 8 blocks from there. If this bastard would have pulled it off, the city would have shut down that line, causing the masses of people to have to use 6th Avenue and Lexington Avenue. 8th Avenue, of course, was already penned up. And to top it off, Boston is putting up over 80 cameras around the Democratic National Convention where it is to take place. Check Operation Mindfucking Action. 1, they picked Boston, a more Republican city, to have a Democratic convention. They picked New York, a traditionally Democratic city, to have a Republican convention. This arrangement is to purposefully instigate tension to create the reasoning for military action. Of course, agent provocateurs will be planted in both rallies to make sure that the primary reason for the protest on both sides are distracted with the help of the media. And by the way, the Boston officials say that the cameras are there to stay. Item, as if you didn't already know, the mandatory draft is on its way. It is here, and you can thank your man, Wrangle, for it. It should start on or around June 15th, technically 2005. There is pending legislation in the House and the Senate. It's called the Twin Bills, S-89 and H.R. 163, entitled the Universal National Service Act of 2003. The Universal National Service Act of 2003. The draft can begin as early as spring 2005, coincidentally just after the 2004 elections. And there are no more options left for the mass asses. Why? No one can avoid the draft anymore. These bills and the UNSA, which is the Universal National Service Act, listen carefully, eliminates higher education as a shelter. It includes women. There is no more refuge in Canada since the signing of something called the Smart Border Declaration in 2001. This was done between Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, John Manley, and U.S. Homeland Security Director, Tom Ridge. In other words, when you go up there, they're going to see what you are up there for, and they're going to monitor you, and they're going to tell the government, if you're a certain age, where you are. And if you are not reporting back, the Canadian officials have instructions based on this agreement to lock you up and ship you back for training. At this point, I would like to begin the final stages of part 1 before we take a break. I urge you, my beloved brothers and sisters, to pay extra close attention. When I was given a copy of this particular thing, I want to go through this. It was something that actually straightened my hair. So you could see, I used to have real deep kinks. But when I read this, look what happened. This manual I'm about to give to you, you've heard of. It is a manual for the scientific subjugation of the peoples of America and eventually the entire planet. At the time, it seemed to be an excerpt or a primer of what I used to call Satan's Bible, aka the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. Before we get into this, I will give you the name, but before we get into what was being said and what is being said proper, I'll let you know the name. It is called Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, and we are going to go over this particular set of protocols that were just accidentally found and show you how they're being worked and manipulated into, matter of fact, to show you how they're in operation amongst you today based upon the way we are reacting. So before we move forward, I want to kind of go through some of the things that I had brought for you to see so that I could leave you with some things to think about. Let's just look at this here and see what it was actually about. We all know that you know, we get, you know, sometimes when we get older, we get senile. All right? That's because, you know, when we eat a certain way, when we have certain types of thought processes that we deal with, and we are not able to deal with our self-esteem, shit happens to our brain. It begins to eat away. When tragedy happens in our family, shit eats away at it, you see? So I want to kind of just touch upon it and see right now that we're going to see the evidence of senility and kind of insanity creeping in. Cosby rips black men who harm their wives. Okay, now, we ain't heard shit from Bill Cosby since God was a boy. We know that Cosby's biggest role, besides being I Spy and giving his name, his password as his mother's maiden name. And what was his mother's maiden name? Did you see I Spy 2? Did you know it was Hello, people. Hello, 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 hello. Anybody ever heard of I Spy? Yes. Did you know that there was a movie when they returned together as middle-aged spies called I Spy 2? Did you see about that? Did you see that the agency was hidden in a place called what? Huh? Oh, you didn't see it? Okay. It was pest control. That's where their headquarters were. Their secret headquarters was in a place for pest control. When you went in, you had to punch in your name, and he didn't want to give his name. He said, well, what's your name? He said, oh, I don't want to give my name. He said, well, just put your fingerprint up. He said, then the machine gave him back his name. And he said, okay, you got your name. Now, what's your password? And he didn't want to give his password. He said, what's your password? And his boy said, go ahead, give it to them. He put his hand in there and said, Boulay, your mother's maiden name. He said, what's your mother's maiden name? He said, Boulay. Okay? That's Cosby. All right? Now, Bill Cosby, what was the character that he played that made him his multi-millions and millions of dollars? Dr. what? Huxtable. Dr. what? Heathcliff Huxtable. But what did they call him for short? Cliff. Now, I want you to understand how we as black folks got the royal fisting psychologically on this one. What's his name? No. Cliff Huxtable. All right, let me show you. For 5 years, the Cosby Show was #1. Why? Right? But why was Cosby Show #1 for 5 years? One. You're not getting to it. What did I say at the beginning was the reason for everything today? Money. All right? Why was the Cosby Show the #1 show for 5 years? It had the most sales per advertisements for Jell-O and all the rest of them. He was doing Jell-O, Kodak, everything. What is the colloquial name for someone who has the utmost success for pushing products and sales? A fucking huckster. Now we got him on the other side, Huxtable. But then you go to his first name. What is it? Cliff. Now, what's a cliff? Very high ledge, a peak. What usually lives on ledges and peaks? Goats. So, taking the name as an anagram, not even an anagram, but as a what's that English word? Analog meaning. Cliff Huxtable, Bill Cosby, was playing for 5 years. He made $500 million for NBC 1 year. $500 million Bill Cosby made with the Cosby Show. He was the high huckster. He sold the most. He was the pusher of at least 10 different products. What was his wife's name? Claire. She was the clear one. She was the one who was the lawyer. She was the intelligent one. He was the imbecile. And did not make any bones about showing you how stupid he was. And he's a doctor. I wouldn't have him delivering none of my children. But the words Cliff and Claire were not accidents. They were playing on your brain when he called himself a huckster in front of your face and sold you the products of his white masters. You see, you're not listening and looking at what's going on around you. You're not listening to how they're programming you. What's some of the new popular shit going on out there for black folks again? What's some of the new popular ones? Shows. Black ones? My Wife and Kids. By who? No. It's by who? Who produced it? Method and Redman Show. Okay, a couple of imbeciles up in white suburbia. Come on. The Hooglies, the Uglies. Does he have a black friend? The Parkers. Hey. Imbecile television. Low IQ television. All to sell you. Right? Put that You Pick a Nigga network and the WB. Those are the only two you got. Huh? But NBC had Cosby. Cosby got on his high horse and said, I'm going to buy this motherfucker. What, a year later his son got killed? No, you don't. Boy, don't you come off that plantation, back in the field. See, you were in the house for a while. Get your ass back in the field. How do you get the fuck back in the house? How do you get back in the house? Yeah. No, you just come out there and start trashing your people in public. Now you're going to have a show based on your book about fatherhood. Because you're America's favorite dad. Well, if he was America's favorite dad, wouldn't have his son been loved as well? Was it because you were dating that white woman that they drove after you and killed you? They didn't tell you about that. Was it because, well, we're not going to get into that. Let's just look at what he said. This is perfect, you know. You have Corky Simazko. These are the people reporting on the people who talk about us. And you have Bill Cosby, right? Check him out now. Bill Cosby is stating his claim. But look at the picture. What do you notice? What's he doing? What is the pointing of the finger? Not even scolding and chastising. That is Masonic. No, it's when they're talking and they're making hand gestures to you. He is gesturing. There's a book out, I can't remember it is, but it shows you Masonic hand gestures of the politicians and the people who are in the Illuminati who talk with their hands and tell you, and they're making signs and symbols when they're doing certain things. They're talking to each other. Now, I don't remember the name, that's what I was saying. Bill Cosby is about to do a thing on fatherhood. Now, I'm all for what he said. But it's obviously that who was here at my lecture when I showed that the incidence of domestic violence of women against men were near at par. They were virtually equal now. Here we are in 2000, what, 4.5, 5? And the incidence of domestic violence by women on women in gay relationships, lesbian relationships, has skyrocketed to levels greater than one on women, men against women. How come we don't hear about that? Huh? How come are we not listening to the fact that domestic violence, period, regardless of gender, violence, period. You see, he needs to get back in favor because he has to sell products with his new program. You watch, it's coming out. It's got to do with his book on fatherhood. And what do the news? The news love Cosby. You imagine, you can't get a black man, you can't get a big picture like this of a black man nowhere unless he's playing sports or the nigga got, you know, he's on cuffs and he's doing a perp walk or he's on a wanted poster. But they got Bill Cosby, and what do they call him? What does white America call Bill Cosby? Favorite dad? Would they let that nigga take care of their children? Would they have let that nigga next to their white women? How did he become America's favorite dad? Because he's saying exactly what these people want. Now, I ain't racist. I'm just reporting the news. I can't be racist. Bill Cosby continues to deliver hard truths to the African American community. His message that blacks must pull themselves together by taking care of their children and taking personal responsibility is a powerful call to action against the pathologies that grip too many. You can even hear Jesse talking this shit. Now, the problem is reaction solution. Telling us the problem and then taking all measures to make sure that we have no solution is an outright attack. Now, this is just part one. I got to give you this. As if he hasn't made a buffoon of himself, we again continue to make ourselves buffoons. What do we got? Colin Powell dancing to YMCA in Asia.
Village people.
And that was the day after he came back from Sudan.
After he came back from Sudan telling them, no, 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 no. Nigga dons a hat. And you can see he ain't got no rhythm. Look at him. He looked white. No rhythm. In Jakarta, Indonesia. He cuts a rug for his fellow diplomats. He plays the buffoon, the monkey, to the organ grinder behind him. America's top diplomat put on a hard hat, tucked a hammer in his belt, as if he did anything for the working man, and belted out a version of the Village People, Gay People, YMCA, yesterday to wrap up Asia's largest security meeting. Tradition dictates that the meeting end with a night of song and dance provided by the diplomats themselves. Powell was game, if not great, dancing alongside 5 other U.S. officials sporting their costumes from the 70s disco band, including the Indian. The Russian delegation, headed by Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, sang a version of the Beatles' Yellow Submarine as a woman waved a Russian flag, ran around the dinner tables. In 1997, Madeleine Albright, then Secretary of State, bowled over the ministers when she performed a musical skit dressed as Eva Peron. Fascist. The after-dinner show is an annual highlight of the Asian Regional Forum, a time for ministers to loosen up after discussing security issues. At least Powell wasn't as bad as Indian Foreign Minister Natwar Singh, who read a poem before his delegation burst into a song. I'm not worried, but the audience should be. Simi said, should attend the dinner. Everybody was happy because everybody is getting ready to make money on security. That's the #1 money maker for the next 10 years. Get ready.
Right.
Now, it's interesting that we have this movie coming out and the Bourne Supremacy. Anybody seen Bourne Identity? Serious flick, right? What was his name? Jason Bourne. What does the name Jesus in Greek mean? Jason. Who does he do? He's a rogue. You don't know who he is. Now, another man. Do you remember Jason Bourne? The guy when he was going after the killer in the field? And he asked Jason, he said, you still get headaches? He said, I still do. He got a chip in his head. This guy supposedly think he's supposed to have done something, him and Denzel Washington. Now, let's see how deep they get into it. Because this is where Brian Wrong has been trying to tell black world, at least. We told Sharpton, we told Jesse Jackson, we sent materials to Wrangle, we sent it to everybody. Who? Ed Bradley, 60 Minutes, we sent it to everybody, and everybody turned us down. The only person, the only one that put us up there was the City Sun.
Right.
And the City Sun closed down next year. But he fought them because his spirit was high, his spirit was strong. And we told him about putting magnets around his head to disrupt the frequencies. He said he would hear them saying shit like, okay, what are we going to tell them to say now? You know, they wouldn't turn off the mic. He's like, well, how do we fuck with him now? In his head. And he couldn't get it out. Just imagine, he couldn't sleep. Remember there was a guy named Mike Taibbi on Channel 4? Do you remember they supposedly had caught this black dude who was a serial killer? He killed 6 girls. And when they sat him down, Mike Taibbi did a one-to-one interview with him. And what did he say? The voices in my head told me to do this. Right there on NBC, they said that, and everybody said, well, this guy's insane. Throw him in the lockup, drug him. Now they're coming out as if, well, we're going to give you something really to think about now. Here's something brand new. Ain't it about time with all the mamby-pamby mothers out there ain't saying shit?
Right.
That we give this brother props. Just for what he said. I don't give a damn what he didn't say anything. He just said that. Why did you, Bush, knock the towers down? You think some of what we doing filtering out there? Just a little bit. He just said a little bit of it. Yonkers rapper Jadakiss is busting up the child with a song. Why did Bush knock down the towers?
You know you mentioned Holly Berry and Denzel too in there.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Why did Holly have to let a white man?
Oh, isn't that deep?
He asked about Denzel too.
Why he got to go crook to get it? What do you call it? Well, you see, that's what we were. What did we say? The boy, it's filtering out. See, if he want to go up and rap, you know, they took it out. Oh, no kidding. Oh, I want to show you something. Yo, wait, hold up, wait a minute. Where my bag at? Where my black bag? Oh, here it is. All right, let me see if I brought it. Yes, I did. Check this out. All right. Now, y'all know what happened here, right? Anybody see this disaster? Don't bother. Now, I want to read something to you. I want to read something to you. How many people had the stomach to sit through Monsters Ball? Did anybody see Monsters Ball? Did you know that there were outtakes of the scene in question because they cut it?
So raw.
Did you know that, yeah, they were doing the show enough? And why your boy bugged and started going out and saying, well, fuck it, if you can do it, I can do it. Now, listen, who up here got good reading skills? I know Sonetta, come here, man. Do me a favor, brother. You can't do it? Come here. Come here, come here. Somebody with a loud voice. Something, Sonetta would be perfect for this. Okay, a sister, she coming up here. Yeah, all right, listen. The reason why I want to read just the top first line right here is because I want you as sisters to understand. Now, I ain't got nothing against the sister's artistic ability. The sister is good. She's beautiful because we got beautiful sisters all over our community. But she has no integrity. It's anything goes, which is what I was speaking to you about, Generation X, Y, and Z. It's only about the money. Now, listen carefully to what a white woman named Jamie Bernard said in her interview of Catwoman. The first paragraph, all right? Now understand what the key words are to express the key meanings in this. From Halle Berry down to the last, that first thing. Can you read that out loud for everybody to hear?
Halle Berry needs to take out her Oscar every morning. The 2002 Best Actress Oscar, she lauded as a breakthrough for women of color.
Hold it. Read it again.
The 2002...
No, I'm talking about the top.
Halle Berry needs to take out her Oscar every morning. The 2002 Best Actress Oscar she lauded as a breakthrough for women of color.
Now hold that thought right there. Halle Berry had the nerve to say that the movie she did, Monsters Ball, and the Oscar she received for the part she played was a breakthrough for women of color. Go on.
And swear to it that she will not accept any more demeaning, stupid roles.
Thank you very much. Everybody give the sister a hand. Halle Berry says that the Oscar she won for Best Actress in Monsters Ball was a breakthrough for women of color. All right, let's examine that. Anybody see Monsters Ball? All right, I didn't see it in the movies. I knew I couldn't. If her man walked out, I knew something was going on. When I saw, well, first of all, my good friend Nathan George, another brother, is definitely on the frequency. He's been an actor, been in major motion pictures out there, been in the business. Nathan George, in saying what he was saying about integrity, that's what made me go to films and movies and begin to examine them way back when, what he told me. Now, Nathan George told me to look at a movie and see what it is that they're trying to convey. The movie Monsters Ball was made as a remake of another movie. And the other movie, as I said before, was the movie about a woman who lived in Switzerland with her boyfriend when they were young, and they were supposed to get married then during the so-called Second World War. During the time that they were estranged, I think they were in Sweden, they were estranged from the war, the Nazis marched in, took hold of her boyfriend, and tortured him to death. The man that did it, who was the head of those torturing all the men to find out if there was any resistance or where the resistance fighters were, had a tattoo on his arm. And you know, sometimes when you're going through some kind of horror, you may not even remember the face of the perpetrator of that crime so that you don't have to engender that for the rest of your life. You remember certain things that stick in your mind. Well, during that time, that's what stuck in her mind. The tattoo on the forearm of the man who tortured and in front of her murdered her fiancé, her love. Fast forward something like 5-10 years. She's by herself, a recluse, living away from the rest of the village, never married, was chilled. One night, raining like it was doing Friday, there was a knock on the door. Came over to the door and looked over the peephole. The man was, trying to get inside, all wet and sopping. She came, just come in, dry off. Gave him a little tea, waited for the waiter to pass, exchanged platitudes, went on. Came back to her again, talked with her, brought her flowers, all kind of shit. Got together, went out, she started feeling happy again. What's inevitable when two people meet and they start to have a bond? Sex, check.
Check.
The movie fasts forward, and remember this is a black and white movie. It fasts forward to them making love in the bed. She's on top. He's holding on to her. He getting into that good little niche. You know how we grab the back of the bed sometimes, brothers, just to get a grip? He reaches back to the bedpost to grab the bedpost, and what is on his arm but the same damn tattoo of the man who murdered her man? Now, just imagine a woman in the throes of passion immediately get thrown back into that and the face. Now, she had to keep going with what she did because she recognized it, but then she's in the throes of passion and she can't now. It's over. He's sleeping, and they got the camera. She's laying down, and you know how they pull away from the man, and then they come over to where the woman is, and she's wide awake. Well, turns out that that was him. And guess what? She turned around, waited for an opportunity, and killed that bastard. And killed him nasty. Fast forward 25, 30 years. Monsters Ball. Same scenario. White boy who was one of the guards who killed her man. And your boy Sean Puffy said, this role will be a seminal role for me. Something different. What do you mean different? You're playing a thug. You're going up to the electric chair. Okay? Making it important that he's going to die. What happens? She now ends up in the arms of the executioner of her man. When she finds that out, what does she do? Not a damn thing.
Goes with the flow.
That's why it was a breakthrough role for black women. In the old words, the bush fucking. I'm talking about, I could not believe, I ain't never seen, listen, I remember Denzel in, what was the one he did with the pretty Indian sister? Even in Mississippi Masala, that was a beautiful love scene. But did you see the love? This wasn't even a love scene. This was a bush fucking. And she started it. Another reason why it was a breakthrough role for black women. She started the process. And if you didn't think that they were doing it, you're a fool. Wasn't nothing there between them. There wasn't that much acting in the world. I couldn't believe it. I had to back it up and slow it up and say, wait a minute. No, wait a minute, hold up, because I've seen porn flicks now. You know what I'm saying? And when they're trying to play it off like they're doing something, they usually got a little cover over it, or, you know, they show the face, but no, there were no clothes, nothing between them. And the ending of the love scene is what gave her the Academy Award. Look at the end of the love scene. All right? I'm not going to tell you what happened. Watch the very end scene when she comes down off her orgasm. Watch the expression. At that point, it made white boys everywhere know that you can satisfy a black woman. And this wasn't just any ordinary white boy, not even a white boy that grew up in the hood, but this was a redneck cracker.
Right?
A stupid redneck cracker. Sling blade redneck cracker. And a bad Santa redneck cracker. Ku Klux Klan redneck cracker.
Brother Phil, he had sex with a prostitute that is son.
Yes.
In the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the son killed himself.
Right.
And that's the breakthrough role for black women. Because there was no resolve at the end. Was there? No.
They had ice cream on the porch.
Oh, yeah. Here's something for you to think about. Special report. Riding high. Louisiana Angola prison with football, basketball, tennis, and even annual rodeo. So now niggas can go to jail and do rodeo shit. Niggas can play football. Niggas can cheer it on and make money for the prison. Niggas can wear cowboy suits. You don't have to play the Indian no more. You can make money playing cowboy. You can even make money doing golf. What does this mean?
Phil, you need that picture?
Which one?
Take this?
No, I got it. Wait, no, you want it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. What does that mean?
The Vatican and the so-called Jews?
Nope. Greek of Orthodox Christians.
I thought that was Sharon.
No, you got to remember. Remember the problem between the Ustasha and the Serbians and the Orthodox Christians who lived in the area right around the Slavic areas, Czechoslovakia, Romania, all those places. Remember, it was the Orthodox Church, Christian Church, that the Serbs represented. And the Ustasha, who were the Croats, were Muslims. And they sided with the Nazis during World War II. Right. It was the Croats, the ones who were the Muslims, listen now, that slaughtered over 175,000 Serbs during the World War II with the help of the Vatican. Because most of the Serbs were of an individualized Christianity that was called Orthodox Christianity, and they had their own pope. And that pope was moving in on that other pope in order to bring them up under the Roman Church rather than their own Orthodox Church. This is what that was meaning. And that's why they're talking about what was happening in Serbia. Here's something to think about. Nigga ain't got nothing else to do because he make too much money. See, he misspelt it. It's vote and die. Is vote and die. Now I got something to show you. The United States and Western civilization is so bereft of the mother principle. I'm talking about the mother principle is dead. It's dead, dead, dead. Brothers and sisters, the mother principle is dead. Women don't want to be mothers anymore. They're being forced to be fathers. Fathers, we don't know what a father is anymore. We hope to know what a father is in the future if some kind of self-definition rises out of our scrotum one day. But America, white people, are so bereft of what it is to be family, to be tribal again, because they killed off all tribal cultures, and they're killing and making all these monocultural bullshit. I don't know what they call this now. Civilizations. The tribal ethic. They keep trying to find the tribe in them again, and that's why they go into the Native Americans and they steal their fucking religion or their way of life and make it into a religion and come out as a shaman. I'm a shaman. I've got my credentials. The fuck you mean you got credentials? You know, yes, I studied in the East and I'm of this now. They're stealing all of the indigenous ways of life and making it into this quantified New Age religious bullshit. They're stealing it. They have nothing. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. There is no history to them. And so, with them bereft of the mother principle, bereft of love, bereft of the tenderness of family, it takes a mother principle coming from India. Thousands, wait now, thousands wait for a hug. Like cheese. Like niggas wait for cheese. White people wait for hugs. Thousands wait hours for a hug. Where is the mother? Where is your mama? They throw their children into playpens. They throw their children into kindergartens and daycares. Preschools. When the bonding needs to go up to at least 7 years of age. They're throwing them out there to read and become automatons for the society. Every time my children wanted a hug, they crawl up on me and just lay on me. Right. And when they got to 10 and 11, it was like, all right, now you're getting too heavy now. But it was all right because they needed that. Every chance I get, even when they're just walking by me, I grab them. Right. Where you going? You give me my hug. That's your toe. You see what I'm saying? Missing. So now, whatever white people are missing, they now have to franchise. Now franchise love is coming, like McDonald's. They came by the thousands from the city and all over the country. All over the country, just looking for a hug. A damn hug. What is that saying about our society, brothers and sisters? Look at this woman here. She's in ecstasy, and isn't she adorable? She looked like most of the sisters in here. Huh? I love hugging. I'm like super affectionate to, you know, leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? You know, groping and hugging and stuff like that, that's a necessity. You know, when you're next to your woman, it's like as soon as she passes up, you grab her ass or something. Just to make, is that it? It's still there? Yes. We need that. And white people are so anal. They are too anal. They forgot what it was like to be with mother. And that's what they've done to us. Estranged the father from the mother, and no longer do we have that unitary hug that we give to each other every morning. We're too damn busy getting. Do you ever see that commercial? I've ordered the New York Times, and they have, the Times gives me, and they had the man getting ready to his Wall Street job, the woman going to work, and some brat with glasses. I like the New York Times too. Did you see that commercial? And then the next picture they show is a sister. They came by the thousands from the city and all over the country just looking for a hug. But who? Look at her name. Mata. They call her Ama. What does Ama mean? Mother! Oh, this is so sad. This is sad. That is sad. That is neglect. Parental neglect. The whole of the leadership of the white world is parentally neglected. They don't know what it is to interface as humans anymore. Mother, I know you give him a lot of hugs because they're shining. You got to give him hugs all the time. For the first, 7 to 8 months of an African baby's life, they never leave their mother's touch. Even when they put them down, their hands are on them. When they pick them up, their hands are on them. When they sleep, wherever they are, when they're sleeping, their hands are on. If their hands are on them, the aunt will take the place to put the hand on them. That touch is feeding that child into life, giving that child. These people are zombies, looking to blood suck, but you know something? That face is all love right there. That's Mama Ama, that's the blackness, that's the triple blackness missing from the planet. And what Halle Berry is offering up through sex, defining role for black women. This is the defining role for black women. Damn them. Start reaching back and hugging your own. Damn the pair of shoes that you want. Damn all the material things. The true matter is matter, mother. Let me say that again. What's the matter? Matter. So what is the matter? Mother. People ask you, what's the matter? Mother. Touched by their angel, I cozy up to Indian Guru. Imagine she's over there talking to other people while her arms are giving these exchange. She must be just this huge bundle of nothing but unconditional love. And she must have enough energy because they say she's going around the country, of the world, just hugging people. Incredible. But wait. Here we go again. White folks on a trip. I'm telling you, you gotta watch them. Check it out. The Cuddle Party is New York's newest feel-good about yourself fad. White people don't have culture, they have ongoing fads. See, we had culture. See, Bill Cosby don't like culture. Reverend Al don't like culture. Niggas who are Christians don't like culture. Oh, they like their own culture. Slave culture. Because they go back. Ain't nothing before Kunta Kinte. Kunta Kinte never came from nowhere. Kunta Kinte had it good because he was a slave and he met Jesus. There's niggas writing our cartas saying, thank God we were slaves.
That's true.
Huh? Here's a white woman saying, well, I saw it was a way, because there's such a sexual society, since they're so anal retentive and repressive, I saw it as a way for adults to find more non-sexual intimacy in their lives. The non-sexual intimacy is family! Can't even touch nobody on the subway anymore. But you see, they took your culture now, and there they are, they're making a fad out of it, they're practicing it, but now it's going to be reintroduced to you, a cultural taboo. Advocates for breastfeeding are trying to get more African-American mothers to nurse their babies. Oh yeah, after you stop them from doing it early on,
Break it down.
and start feeding them that soy so that you could phagotize them later on, and grow all the tumors later on so that you could then have a business later on. I told you that back in the days, say like the early 20s and even 10s back then, women still had a sense of themselves somewhere in there, white and black. They would never go no place and sit down, put their legs into stirrups, and have some man dig his hand all up inside of them trying to find something. That's disgusting. And then to have another man doing that to your wife, hell no. I had an obstetrician confess to me. Do you know that the department or the specific skill of obstetrics went up 10,000% from an obscure little, what do you call it, that used to be practiced, you know, just like they just initiated new specialist things? Hardly any women went, just every now and then. But now that's all y'all do. You women constitute the #1 money maker for medical science. 85% of all patients are invariably women. Because you are body conscious. I keep telling you all that your body is your universe, but you didn't believe me. But why is it that men, you say, well, men, you know, you wait till the end and then boom, it happens. Yeah, because we don't really give a shit. We're not body conscious. Now we are, because we've been faggotized. And you know how faggots have the most beautiful bodies.
Break it down.
Don't they? Oh, girl, if he was not gay, oh, he is so fine, but he's gay. Girl, if he could just come, and I saw this thing with the Seinfeld, and she was begging this man who was gay, can you get you to switch teams for just one night? And he said, well, I've been always playing shortstop. He says, well, this team needs a shortstop badly. She wanted to turn him because why? He's fine and he's sensitive. And she said, what's? She said, sex and shopping. She said, where's the negative in that? He said, because faggots love to shop. Gays got you body conscious. Most men are narcissistic who are doing all this super weightlifting and in the mirror, all bullshit. Men are mostly about this. And if they are about that, it's just to get themselves in tune with this. Because the Kung Fu was first here. You didn't do none of this shit until you got this together. First thing you learned was how to heal before you learned to harm. But now you all into this. Because the women want you like that. And who is it that dresses everyone?
Faggots.
Faggots. Queer Eye. Remember? Yeah. Oh, the Queer Eye is coming into your station next. Queer Eye is coming to get you. I wish they would. High marks for result of trials of new vaccine. Do you know what that is? Ibogaine. This new drug that they're putting out there is Ibogaine for white folks. Americans seeking treatment for cocaine addictions each year, 900,000. They done got the place. They done sectioned off a place in Africa in a rainforest that grows the Ibogaine tree. And the ibogaine tree was something given to the young men to suppress or to do something with their sexual appetites during the time they were being initiated. But they found out that it also suppressed the appetites for any drugs. So that when you take ibogaine, or what they call ibogaine, or ibogaine, when you take that, it stops the need for drugs. In other words, it will suppress crack habits in 2 days. The brother who had it and the white boy who wanted to bring it across, this was 10, 20 years ago, because it was down, we had that back in the days when what's his name was here? On 125th Street and 7th Avenue. Tree of Life. And they suppressed it only until now. New trials, vaccine, by a British pharmaceutical. It was the Brits down there who bought up part of that rainforest. And they're taking the ibogaine. Just to bring you up to date, people. Very quickly. Here's something you need to think about. They plan a Greek-themed school right there in your city. There will be a Greek Hellenic Classical Charter School will be open next year. About 100 students, K3. Greek doesn't mean dancing to my big fat Greek wedding, says Mossad is executor of the Washington-based American Hellenic Education Progressive Association. Greece is the birthplace of democracy. So we're going to have a school. But they will shut down your African-based schools, like the one that was in Brooklyn. The one that was up here in Harlem. Took the funding away from that. Okay. I told you what's missing. Mothers, you're too damn stressed. And I told you that. And of course, I got cussed out. But again, it just keeps popping up. What does that say? Doctors have some advice for moms to be. Chill out for your child's sake. Women who are chronically stressed out during the middle of a pregnancy are more likely to give birth to children who will develop behavioral problems later in life, according to the researchers. The investigators found that women who were very anxious between the 12th and 22nd months of their pregnancy were more likely to have children who also were anxious and showed symptoms of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Moving right along. Get ready for your children. They're going to be chipping your children. The children now, they have children that they say they're going to chip as an experiment in Japan for over here. Watch out for a rash of kidnappings in the order of Aton Bates or Gates or Pates. Pates, right. More children will be disappeared now in order to start marketing this very soon. Over here. And when we ask why your children are so damn dysfunctional, because they took away certain things from your community. What was one of the things they took away from your community? We told you. Now when the tests come back from white folks, it's now fine. Music lessons cause faster rise in children's IQ. I want to move forward because we have a very big set of issues to talk about. Again, I tell you, if it's happening to the damn fish, why isn't it happening to us? If the frogs are going gay, why ain't people going gay because of it? Water companies have been asked to examine ways to remove traces of the female contraceptive pill from sewage effluent after the publication of widespread evidence of sex changes in river fish. An Environment Agency survey of 1,500 fish in 42 rivers in England found more than a third of males exhibiting female characteristics. Male fish with advanced changes in their sex organs are unable to reproduce, with potentially serious implications for fish populations. Latest stage of 20-year observation. show that the feminizing effects in fish were directly related to the exposure in effluent, in which the pill was 1,000 times more powerful than natural estrogens. Women excrete hormones naturally, and these find their way into the system. Customers pay water companies to dispose of their sewage and wastewater safely in a way that does not damage the environment. But if a woman is on the pill, her urine becomes laced with estrogen. And she flushes the toilet, it goes down into the sewage system, it filters back into the aquifer, and guess what? Gay fish. All right? Now here's something I want you to look at and look very closely at, because there's too much one-sided shit going on in the telling of what's going on in the world. We're not talking about Sudan, what's happening to our black sisters and our black brothers over there. But here's what a report said. While African women in Darfur were being raped by the Janjaweed militiamen, Arab women stood by and sang for joy, according to an Amnesty International report published yesterday. The songs of the Hakama, or the Janjaweed women, as the refugees call them, encouraged the atrocities committed by the militiamen. The women singers stirred up racial hatred against black civilians during attacks on villages in Darfur and celebrated the humiliation of their enemies, the human rights group said. They appeared to be the communicators during the attack. They are reportedly not actively involved in attacks on the people, but participate in acts of looting. Amnesty International collected several testimonies mentioning the presence of Hakama while women were being raped by the Janjaweed. The report said Hakama appeared to have directly harassed the women who were assaulted and verbally attacked them. During an attack in the village of Disa in June last year, Arab women accompanied the attackers and sang songs praising the government and scorning the black villagers. According to an African chief quoted in the report, the singers said, quote, "The blood of the blacks run like water. We take their goods and we chase them from our area, and our cattle will be in their land. The power of Sudanese President Omar Hassan al-Bashir belongs to the Arabs, and we will kill you until you end, you blacks. We have killed your God." The chief said that the Arab women also racially insulted women from the village. "You are gorillas, you are black, and you are badly dressed." Again, using rape as a tool of intimidation, because that's what they did when you see the black Muslims. When you deal with the black Muslims coming up from Africa who took Islam on, they were the sons of those whose mothers were raped, and the fathers took them from their mothers and raised them in Islam. So the niggas that you see, black as Muslim, Islam was not your religion. Christianity wasn't your religion. These were whiteified forms of your own ancient ancestral knowledge. Now, I could get into a whole lot of debate with people from different religions. Islam, Christianity, Hebrew Israelite, I don't give a damn. None of them serve, because all of them are strange and separate. And cause the madness that we see on this planet today. Religion has murdered and killed and debased all forms of higher human life on this planet for 1,000 years. It's time to give that shit up and find a whole new way to communicate with God. Thank you, brother. I'll be finished here in a minute. We're coming up to our break time, and I know you're happy to hear that. Brothers and sisters, I have here with me Well, before I do this, if you don't think it's a holy war, here is where it is. Brothers and sisters, in examining this picture, you tell me what was odd about it. Please tell me what's odd about this.
That's supposed to be the Pentagon?
Exactly. Who's standing there? And who else? And Rumsfeld. What is odd about this picture? And they tell me, well, it depends on when you were taking them. No, no. Where is the damn plane? Not even the wings. Where is the fuselage and the tail? Based on the depth of the hit, it should have taken the whole damn Pentagon on the other side. Based on the speed it was traveling at 500-600 miles an hour. Damn near what, 100 tons? 200 tons? Where's the gasoline? Where are the people? Where's the luggage? Where are the seats? No, nothing. The damn Pentagon was hit by a missile. Or a missile that looked like a plane, retrofitted to look like a plane. You got to remember who it is you're battling. This is telltale right here. And you don't believe that this whole thing is a holy war? Well, first and foremost, I want you to take a look at this. This was a letter, Congress of the United States, House of Representatives, March 24th, 1997. I quote, Mr. Zeal Setner, Post Office Box 4198, Salisbury, North Carolina, 28145. Mr. Setner encloses the information you requested pertaining to the Army's policy and guidance for establishing civilian inmate program and civilian prison camps on Army installations. This information has not yet been published. It is currently at the printers. However, it has been funded, staffed, and does reflect current Army policy. I hope you find this information useful. Sincerely, Bill Hefner, Member of Congress. Here is your concentration camps, validated by a member of the House. Policy, not Army prison camps, civilian labor camps on Army installations. Get ready. If you don't think this is a holy war, and you think that these Muslims over there, these Palestinians, are crazy. We hate Islam because it's about killing. They strap bombs to themselves. They want to get to Allah so they can have their 10 virgins. Well, what's so different about your ass? Investigative reporters from the Los Angeles Times and NBC Television have dug up 2 years' worth of seemingly incendiary comments from Lieutenant General William Jerry Boykin, the newly promoted Deputy Undersecretary of State of Defense for Intelligence. General Boykin has repeatedly told Christian groups and prayer meetings that George Bush was chosen by God to lead the global fight against Satan. This is the Undersecretary of Defense, Security of your government. He said that God chose. Now we know this lying fuck stole the election, but God chose him to steal. He goes on to say, I quote, he told one gathering, why is this man in the White House? We asked that question too, but we know why. The majority of Americans did not vote for him. Wait a minute now, hold on. The two first questions, why is he in the White House? The majority of Americans didn't vote for him. This is his own undersecretary said it. He admitted it. So how did he get in there? He's in the White House because God put him there for a time such as this. Comment. Here we have a general in the middle of all of this who believes that President Bush was made president by God for this particular time. In other words, a general who deeply believes this is another crusade. So what's the difference? You're reporting about somebody else's reaction to your sickness. Meanwhile, you're all before God. As long as you say Jesus to these nim-witted, dull, comatose Christians, it's all right. In January, he told Baptists in Florida about a victory over Muslim warlord in Somalia. Hey, wait a minute. I heard they kicked your ass in Somalia. Who had boasted that Allah would protect him from American capture. But, quote, I knew my God was bigger than his. Now you see, he's comparing dicks. My God was bigger than his. I knew that my God was real God and his was an idol. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see? He also emerged from the conflict with a photograph of the Somalian capital, Mogadishu, bearing a strange dark mark. He said this showed the principalities of darkness, a demonic presence in that city that God revealed to me as an enemy. An American general who can send your kids to battle was shown a demonic presence by God, which he was told was the enemy? What's the question you need to ask? Is this man out of his mind? President George Bush stood before a cheering crowd at a Dallas Christian Youth Center last week and told them about being born again as a Christian. The book, which depicts a president who prays each day and believes he is on a direct mission from God, will give ammunition to critics who claim Bush's administration is heavily influenced by extremist Christians. Oh, we don't ever hear in the news the words extremist Christians. We only hear extremist Muslims. The book, The Faith of George W. Bush, was written by Christian author Stephen Mansfield. It details numerous incidents where Bush's faith has been shown to be at the center of his political thinking. Quote, jumping one. Bush said to James Robinson, I feel like God wants me to run for president. I can't explain it, but I sense my country is going to need me. Something is going to happen. I know it won't be easy for me and my family, but God wants me to do it. Yes, a long time ago, a man named Blaise Pascal, a Frenchman, said, he was a 17th century French mathematician, philosopher, and theologian, and here's what he said. Men never do evil so completely and so cheerfully as when they do it from religious conviction. The reason for that is not that the president or general are inherently evil. They're not. They simply do not understand what they are reading. They have been taught by religious fundamentalists that all this Bible stuff should be taken literally. And finally, I want you to put this on the cameras. Because this book, that now costs $45 or so, this was taken, cleanest copy was taken from William Cooper's book. Very hard to find Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. I do want to say this to you. Back in the days when I was given Silent Weapons, it was a piece of raggedy paper because they had to get it from the original copy. And it was very difficult to read because it was gotten out of a print machine that they found in an auction. And the excerpts that you're going to see inside of this is written by Bill Cooper. Now please listen carefully, watch carefully, and for your children's sake, if you have the ability, take notes. The Illuminati's declaration of war upon the American people, or the people of America. Listen and take your notes. This is William Cooper, author's note. I read top secret documents which explain that Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is the doctrine adopted by the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group, the highest secret organization we have going now. During its first known meeting in 1954, a copy found in 1969 was in the possession of Naval Intelligence. William Cooper was from Naval Intelligence. Right. The following document dated May 1979 was found on July 7th, 1986 in an IBM copier that had been purchased at a surplus sale. Top secret, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, an introductory programming manual, Operations Research Technical Manual TM SW 7905.1. Welcome aboard. These are quotes. This publication marks the 25th anniversary of the Third World War. Did anybody know when that was declared? No, but they knew because the Third World War was against you. Called the Quiet War, being conducted using subjective biological warfare fought with silent weapons. The word there is subjective biological weapons. When you're going to the subjective, you're going into the nano, you're going into the cells, you're going into the psychology. Security. It is patently impossible to discuss social engineering can this be seen by the cameras at the bottom? Okay. It is patently impossible to discuss social engineering or the automation of a society, i.e. the engineering of social automation systems, silent weapons, on a national or worldwide scale without implying extensive objectives of social control and destruction of human life, i.e. slavery and genocide. This manual is in itself an analog declaration of intent. In other words, by the writing of that manual and by the very existence of that manual, it is an intent to wage World War III. Breaking past all of the different things that led up to the pertinent points that I want to use today, I go right to this subject here, to what's in your pocket. Apparent capital as paper inductor. Now, if you understand what they were saying in the beginning of the book, they set up the economy and your society like an electronic circuit, knowing that magnetism and electricity affect the circuits in a certain way. Amperage, ohmage, and all the rest of these words that I don't know about in electricity is how they run the society. That's why they call your money currency. It's a current. And they use it as an energy to affect specific psychological, emotional triggers in you. Money becomes a psychologically debilitating weapon with the objective of undermining a person's ability to react with sanity and with strength. So if they mess with this circuit here, they can affect this part of the circuit here. And that's how they have the world set up, as an electrical grid. And the currencies are based upon how much energies are necessary to be put in there in order to affect the society's psychological state of mind. So the American public right now had the highest currency value before now. We are slowly being devalued because the current now is shifting overseas to where there is cheaper capital, so that they have a now broader range for using that electrical current in the form of money, currency, to change everything. What I said about Russia's economy falling and part of the East, Germany, while they were over there, all of that is to collapse the electrical system, the moving energy economy that is going to affect the human condition. Your brain works on electricity, and you have connected your brain's electricity to the currency or the current that money represents. So they can psychologically mess with your mind by messing with the currency. Messing with the currency messes with the current of your thinking. The flow. That's the word. It is structure, credit, presented as a pure element called currency. Has the appearance of capital, but is in fact negative capital. In other words, every time you spend $1, you create debt, which means you spend yourself deeper and deeper into a hole. What you think you get positively, you create negatively in your condition. It's called negative banking. Hence, it has the appearance, go down to 14th Street, down there by Broadway, and look at the ticker tape. And that represents every dollar being spent in the United States. And every time you spend a dollar, that deficit, which goes up, is actually how far you're going down in the hole.
Gross national product?
No, it is actually the gross national debt.
Okay, debt. Okay.
Yes. So every time a dollar is spent, those numbers go up higher, and you see them changing constantly every nanosecond. Hence, it has the appearance of service, but is in fact indebtedness or debt. It has, therefore, an economic inductance instead of an economic capacitance. See the difference? It sucks rather than gives. And if balanced in no other way, will be balanced by the negation of population. In other words, the only way we can negate the negative dive of the dollar is by murder. Remember what I said. Murder will become the economic product to salvage America. The total goods and services represent real capital called the gross national product. The currency may be printed up to this level and still represent economic capacitance, but currency printed beyond this level is subtractive, represents the introduction of economic inductance, and constitutes notes of indebtedness. That's what the dollar has become. It is a promise to pay you later for the thing you receive now. And the tax for that, every time you receive it, when you keep getting from the devil, he puts you closer and closer and slower into that hell. That's the frog getting boiled. War is therefore the balancing of the system by killing the true creditors, the public. What did I tell you about your UCC? Which we have taught to exchange true value for inflated currency, and falling back on whatever is left of the resources for nature and regeneration of those resources. Mr. Rothschild had discovered that currency gave him the power to rearrange the economic structure to his own advantage, to shift economic inductance to those economic positions which would encourage the greatest economic stability and oscillation. The final key to economic control had to wait until there was sufficient data and high-speed computing equipment to keep close watch on the economic oscillations created by price shocking and excess paper energy credits, paper inductance and inflation. You all are out there getting credit for nothing. Credit is nothing. It's about giving you nothing so you can go out and get something and pull yourself into that void, that negation. That's why your bodies are going to be in concentration camp. Slave labor for the bankers who set up this system. That's why they're going to be shipping you from here in this country after they gather you all up to work in places and factories around the world. That's why they're setting your asses up for an intergalactic. What am I talking about?
Space.
Yes.
Universe.
Intergalactic diaspora. You want to jump ahead again? We're studying the problem so we don't get into. Study the problem first. General sources of information about how to keep you going into the negative direction. Telephone taps, surveillance, analysis of garbage, behavior of children in school. Standard of living by, food, clothing, shelter, and your transportation mode. Social contracts, telephone, itemized records of all your calls, which, by the way, now goes to Israel. Israel processes all your phone bills, people. The operator you get sometimes may be an Israeli operator. Family, marriage certificates. I told you about your birth certificates and your marriage certificates. Huh? Friends, associates, membership in organizations, political affiliation. Personal paper trail, checking accounts, credit cards, purchases, tag credit cards. Sorry about that. Tag credit cards. The credit card purchase of products bearing the UPC, Universal Product Codes. Assets, checking accounts, savings, real estate, all this. They're going to check all of these. Your liabilities, your creditors, enemies, see legal. All of that. Principle of exploit. The citizen will almost always make the collection of information easy if he can operate on the free sandwich principle of eat now, pay later. Isn't that what we're doing? When we get credit, when we get credit, that's exactly what we want to do it. Then they find out by getting to your children, it's something called patterns programming, strengths and weaknesses, activities in sports, see legal fear, hospital records, drug sensitivities, psychiatric records, fears, angers, disgusts, adaptability, reactions to stimuli, violence, suggestibility or hypnosis, pain, pleasure, love, and sex, methods of coping or adaptability, behavior, consumption of alcohol and drugs, entertainment, religious factors influencing behavior, other methods of escaping from reality, payments, modus operandi, pay on time, agreement, payment of phone bills, energy purchases, water purchases, payment of loans, house payments, automobile payments, blah, blah, blah. They got you coming and going. Now, what's the strategy? Do this. Keep the public ignorant to get this, less public organization. Let me say that again. Keep the public ignorant. chicken processing plant, you could pollute a small nation. And yes, last year we killed 136 billion animals to feed these sick, depraved motherfuckers around the world because they wanted their veal. As soon as these shows started coming up where they show you the chef cooking all that shit, more and more animals were killed off because cooking became a new style. Everybody wanted to do the same thing, so the price of poultry started coming. Everybody wanted more poultry, so they had to do something else to the chickens to get them to speed up. More hormones. Now the coup de grace. Enforcement, factor 1. As in every social system approach, stability is achieved only by understanding and accounting for human nature, action-reaction patterns. A failure to do so can be, and usually is, disastrous. As in other human social schemes, one form or another of intimidation or incentive, notice they say intimidation and incentive are one, is essential to the success of the draft. Physical principles of action and reaction must be applied to both the internal and external subsystems. To secure the draft, individual brainwashing programming and both the family unit and the peer group must be encouraged and brought under control. This is where you're going to see. I put this there because now they are going to be reinstituting the draft. They are going to start programming the young mothers who have children 18 years or 17, 16 even, because if you have a child in prison, the mother now can sign that child into the military to get them out of prison. All right? Now, get ready. Listen carefully, brothers and sisters, because this is necessary for you to understand before we go to the next stage. How do you secure the family? Now, back when I was speaking about this and when other brothers and sisters were speaking about it, especially brothers who understood what the family was about, and sisters too, understood what the male principle was in the family, everybody thought I was crazy. Everybody, when I wrote The Wounded Womb about the male principle, antiquated, bullshit. Listen to what the government, the people, the elite do to control you. They write it down. They tell you what they're going to do. But when I say it, because a little nigga with a little bit of, what the fuck he know? He don't got a Benz. Motherfucker don't ride around. And, he don't have car. He don't have bling. So what does he know? Huh? Well, check it. You all know exactly what I'm talking about because I was talking to the church at the time. But guess what? Here it is. Factor 2. Right after factor 1. In other words, setting the plan to get the children to be put into the draft. Factor 2, which is right up there, the first level of attack is who? The father. Now listen carefully. The man of the household must be what? Now let me just, wait, see? Listen carefully. See, this shit is too deep because we're not paying attention to the fact that everything in society has shifted and the sisters have not yet started arguing. Because they got you in with Oprah's issues. That should be a new book. Oprah's issues. Your nails. Your weight. Your skin. Your acting career. Your makeover. But until you sisters stop playing into the game, it's going to end up that we are going to be in the concentration camp. Now, I'm not talking about the fact that we got some men out there that's some dumbass bricks that don't know shit from Shinola anyway. And you chose them. So what does that say about you? Stop complaining. You chose him. You love him. I love this man. And he's kicking my ass, but I love him. There was something about him that I liked. There was something that turned me on, his cute face or his... Something turned me on and made me want to stay. But what? You ain't tired of it enough? You want to keep it going because Oprah's telling you that she's making $20 billion. So you're living vicariously through those people. When last you seen another Oprah come on the scene? Ain't seen one. They tried it. Ayanna tried it. I told her. I told her at the African Street Festival. He says, "Hey, Dr. Valentine." I said, I said, "So how you doing?" "Well, you know." I said, "Yeah, I know." I said, "Keep it real." Nope.
Got a head done it.
Everybody started getting with the, you know, I'm going to go white. I'm going to look like Lil' Kim. I'm going to look like Eva. I'm going to go blonde. Okay, let's get to the point. The man of the household must be housebroken. What does that translate into? Turn him into a woman. Translation, make him a woman. When you housebreak something, you housebreak a dog. Don't shit on the dog, shit on the paper. No, see, that's the deep part. Women get cats. Why? Because cats are independent, and cats reflect the kind of man they want. Men get dogs because dogs are what? Obedient. No, the type of woman. She comes to heel. Women like the cats because the cats say, meow, meow, scratch, you bastard. They keep it interesting, cats do. Dogs are predictable. Which is what women say about men. He's so predictable. We know you very well. No, you don't know us. Because if you did know us, things would be different. Problem is, you don't know yourselves. You think you know yourselves. You grow to know yourselves the older you get, but by that time it's too late for you to fight. You fight in other ways, peripheral ways. But when you're young and you're strong, you start fighting from then. That's when we need you. And the men, boy, y'all got to start getting up there because here's where the attack starts. You are being housebroken throughout the society. And there must be housebroken to ensure that Junior will grow up with the right social training and attitudes. So what do? They remember what they told you how to make a slave? Willie Lynch. Teach the mother horse how to eat sugar out your hand, and she'll teach the baby horse how to eat sugar out your hand. Bring the man to heel, make him love Jesus. I came to Jesus and I came to my senses. Yeah, well, see, any drug will make you think something else is happening than the real. And Jesus is the drug of choice for men because there's nothing else for them. So they escape into the womb, the artificial womb called the church. If men were really men, they'd be out there establishing a goddamn society. Instead of what Pompidou is fucking here to go talk at the Democratic National Convention about what? Now, I got my eye on Charles Barron. We'll see. That's interesting. That'll be interesting. I'm not going to say nothing yet. I'm just going to watch. The advertising media, etc., are engaged to see to it that father-to-be is pussy whipped. This is in the manual, people. Pussy whipped. Is that what they say there, Sarnetta? Is that what that says there? My eyes are not too good right now.
Yes, sir.
It says pussy whipped. Beat him to death with yoni. That's why you got the noni juice. Drown him in yoni juice. Up to the neck. He's cocooned by pussy. What's that around your neck, brother? Oh, man. He is taught that he either conforms to the social notch cut out for him, or his sex life will be hobbled and his tender companionship will be zero. Threaten and extort him with denial. No, I'm sorry, the headache. No, you don't love me. No, bullshit. See? He is made to see that women demand security more than logic. Principled or honorable behavior. Oh, really? Now, wait a minute. They're writing a manual for how it is you all are going to react. And guess what? It's working. So you can't say that maybe now this is bullshit. It's working. Obviously, something is going on inside of you now as women, that you need more security than logic, more security than principle, and more security than honorable behavior. I don't know what that means yet, but guess what? We're going to try to find out. By the time his son goes to war, father, what? With jelly for a goddamn backbone, will slam a gun into Junior's hand before father will risk the censure of his peers to make a hypocrite of himself by crossing the investment he has in his own personal esteem and his own opinion of his own self-esteem. Junior will go to war, or father will be embarrassed. So Junior will go to war, the true purpose notwithstanding. Now, mother. The female element of society is ruled by emotion first and logic second. Oh, nah. Nah. Nah, hell no. That's a lie. That's a lie. Well, if it's a lie, how are they implementing the weapons to manipulate you in exactly how they have set it down in the manual? Because obviously, if it was about logic, we wouldn't be sitting here talking this shit. The father is pussy whipped because that's all he's thinking about, this head instead of this head. So if you got this head, he's going anywhere you're going. This head gonna follow. Keep playing with it. Keep diddling with it. And what do? You ever saw this commercial?
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
It's the Viagra, the natural Viagra they're selling over the TV. And the guy, this guy, he's showing, you see the one about wood. I mean, they got all the sexual implications. And he says he goes home to his wife, and his wife is there. Hurry back! Take your pill! His wife is at the door. No thinking done. Keep him thinking about sex. Mother now, we can manipulate. Because we will deal with her emotions. We will put on all of the programming for her. We will make sure that she does not feel dry enough. Or she doesn't feel young enough. Or her feet don't feel pretty enough. Or she's not skinny enough. We're going to fuck with the woman's mind until she feels so destitute of self-esteem that you can go to her bathroom mirror, open it up, and hope the shit don't fall out on you. with all the creams and this and that and all of this. For what? To make you feel more secure about yourself? Oh, this doesn't work. This is all a lie. In the battle between logic and imagination, imagination always wins, fantasy prevails, maternal instinct dominates so that the child comes first and the future comes second. The child comes first, that's why they get you first. They start telling you, whoa, your child needs an education. You need to bring that child in here to school or else we'll take your child from you. No, you can't take my child from me. What do you want me to do? How many women say, shh, fuck you, come on get it. Come and get him. Right. You come on. Just go down to the welfare office and you see that's not what they're doing. They're handing the children over to the state. Why is New York have the largest amount of foster children? Maternal instincts dominate so that the child comes first and the future comes second. A woman with a newborn baby is too starry-eyed to see a wealthy man's cannon fodder or a cheap source of slave labor. That's who they are looking at right now. Those are two boys, male children, special. You as woman outnumber us 13-1. That's why those are the treasures. You keep diminishing the value of the male. The male child is now under attack. The male child is your precious resource that is being ripped off from you. The male child is the leader of tomorrow, though we see that women are being groomed to take over because the hive mind is being prepared. How's the hive mind being prepared? Security. The hive is being built. The soldiers are at the gates of the opening to the hive. The worker bees and the worker drones are mostly all female. If you stand at the subway at 9 o'clock Monday morning in the black community, 85% of the people going in there are women. The hive is almost complete. A woman with a newborn baby is too starry-eyed to see a wealthy man's cannon fodder. In other words, that's your baby, that's your child. To him, it's cannon fodder. A woman must, however, be conditioned to accept the transition to reality when it comes sooner or later. As the transition becomes more difficult to manage, the family unit must be carefully disintegrated. What did they just say? The family unit must be disintegrated. And state-controlled public education and state-operated child care centers must be more common and legally enforced so as to begin the detachment of the child from the mother and the father at an earlier age. Inoculation of behavioral drugs can speed the transition of the child, making it mandatory. Caution. Now, here's the deep part. A woman's impulsive anger can override her fear. An irate woman's power must never be underestimated. And her power over a pussy-whipped husband must likewise never be underestimated. It got women the vote in 1920. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. They need to keep the female sedated in the illusion that they are the backbone of the family. You're not. This illusion that you are the head of the household because now you have a single parent family, that's a lie. There's no such thing as a single parent family. That's an oxymoron. That is a survival unit, as what's her name said, Francis said. But the irate woman, once she's angry, she's no longer fearful. But see, women are not being made angry. There's too many shoes out there for women to be angry. There's too many nice clothes for women. There's at least 10 different female channels now. We got one, Spike TV, and all of it is tits, ass, beer, guzzle beer. And you got we, Oxygen, Lifetime. Keep them coming. Because you buy every fucking thing on the planet. You pour the money that would be used to finance the war against this bastard into their coffers. And you don't teach your son after you play basketball where to go back to it with in the community. You're all right. I got out and I'm fine. Key word. Now to Junior. The emotional pressure for self-preservation during time of war and self-serving attitude of a common herd that have an option here can be persuaded to go is all the pressure finally necessary to propel Johnny off to war. Their quiet blackmailings of him are the threats: no sacrifice, no friends, no glory, no girlfriends. Sister. And what about Junior's sister? She is given all the good things of life by her father and taught to accept the same from her future husband regardless of the price. Cattle. Those who will not use their brains are no better off than those who have no brains. And so this mindless school of jellyfish, father, mother, son, and daughter, become useful beasts of burdens or trainers of the same. And finally, precedent and proof positive of the conspiracy. This shows here that the Vatican, like I said, put into the Congressional Senate the secret Treaty of Verona of November 22nd. Was that number there? 22s? 18 what? 22? 9? What is 18? How do you get, what are the three least common denominators of 18? The three least common denominations? No? The 6. So what is it? 6, 6, 6, 11. Showing what this ancient conflict is between the rule of the few and the rule of the many. I wish to call, this is Mr. Owen now, I wish to call the attention of the Senate to this treaty because it is the treaty, is this threat of this treaty which was the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. It throws a powerful white light upon the conflict between monarchical government and government by the people. The Holy Alliance, under the influence of Metternich, the Premier of Austria, remember where was the Illuminati started? In Austria. In 1822, issued a remarkable secret document, the American Diplomatic Code, 1778 to 1884. Listen carefully. The undersigned specially authorized to make some additions to the Treaty of the Holy Alliance. What is the Holy Alliance now? The Vatican. The Vatican, with its membership, the people who have supported it in Austria all this time. Article 1, the high contracting powers, having convinced that the system of representative government is equally as incompatible with the monarchical principles as the maxim of the sovereignty of the people with the divine right, engage mutually in the most solemn manner to use all their efforts to put an end to the system of representative governments in whatever country it may exist in Europe, and to prevent its being introduced in those countries where it is not yet known. So in other words, all systems of representative government having to deal with the people being the ones ruling over themselves, by the secret Treaty of Verona, everything having to do with that form of government must be subverted. And the secret Treaty of Verona, brothers and sisters, is America's foreign policy. Article 2, as it can now not be doubted that the liberty of the press is the most powerful means used by the pretended supporters of the rights of nations to the detriment of those of princes, the high contracting parties promise reciprocally to adopt all proper measures to suppress it, the power of the press, not only in their own states, but also in the rest of Europe. Article 3, convinced that the principles of religion contribute most powerfully to keep nations in the state of passive obedience. Listen carefully. Convinced that the principles of religion contribute most powerfully to keep nations in the state of passive obedience, which they owe to their princes, the high contracting parties declare it to be their intention to sustain in their respective states those measures which the clergy may adopt with the aim of ameliorating their own interests so intimately connected with the preservation of the authority of the princes. And the contracting powers join in offering their thanks to the Pope for what he has already done for them, and solicit his consent cooperation in their views of submitting the nations. Now, with that said, I want you to think on that, because everything that has been happening to us so far has been based upon not only the Treaty of Verona, but what you've seen as silent weapons for quiet wars. And with that, what I'm going to do now is do a break here, and where my hat at, and we're going to get ready to go through the part 2 of the program, which is the reformulating of consciousness, of the consciousness of matter, and the light code reality matrix. At this point, we'll do about maybe 20 minutes to a half, and then we'll be right back after this.
Get that man a black hand.
Physics. This is where we get serious about what we're going to think about next millennium. Sisters, this is the like I said, every 7 years, I'm given a whole other thing to do, and this is what I'm supposed to do. What I'm going to do now is give you an idea of what it is that these enclaves actually get into. What it is that our minds and our bodies and our own consciousness is going to be tested and energized to become. If you have a problem from behind the camera, why doesn't people move over here? Anybody? A lot of room on this side. You know, I see people behind the camera there. Okay? Yeah, no doubt. Anybody have any more water? Is there any more water around that I could have, please? Thank you. Now, point by point, I'm going to reiterate, I'm going to talk about, and you notice what I'm going to speak about is only like 4 pages of accessible notes. Oh, bless your heart. Oh, pom-pom. Oh, this is pomegranate juice. Thank you. This is a summary of topics based on matter as a formula of thought.
Is this it?
No, a little one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What you mean? She wants something to write on?
Oh, there's the little pad, her little pad. This is it. Give thanks. Oh, this is so family. You know, it's so on. I know you people out there saying, well, they just so like home, you know. Well, we passed the one little water, you know. That's why I like this kind of thing, and this is why I stress the enclaves, the small cells of consciousness. Now, the matter of reformulating the consciousness of matter is what we're going to be speaking about. And what it is that we are going to be touching upon may at certain points seem to be out of your reach, but it is not, trust me. It is just simply something in the form of words that you have not yet been able to digest or not have been allowed to digest. Understand that the words I'm going to use to describe the places we're going to actually achieve, or the different routes towards the specific areas of consciousness we're going to be speaking about, you know these things deep in your heart. It's a description of you and who you are. So, breaking down each one of the things that I've set down for how we're going to navigate that, we're going to first talk about reformulating the consciousness of matter and the light-encoded reality matrix. What does that mean? Well, matter essentially is an agreement. It is the coalescing of specific elements, substructures, that come together to agree upon a basic pattern for the manifestation of the intent or the thing that wanted to achieve manifestation. Now, I'm saying things roundabout, just keep up with me. I'm going to break these things down by running through them, and we'll discuss them as we go along. We'll talk about the formative principles of physics, or physical residue, in a dimensional matrix that is accessible only to intellects on higher awareness and frequencies. We'll speak on how matter dissolves into octaves of light. We'll speak on the reality of mind. Mind as a relative reality, but mind as a quantum reality as well. And how is mind sectioned into quantum realities? There is the planetary mind. There is the solar mind. There are galactic minds. And there is the universal mind, which constitutes the one thing that emanates the program that we are presently working out. The universal mind is equal in this present language to what we call the mind of God. Each galaxy has a collective consciousness or mind field that is the aggregation of all the species present in that galaxy. So, each galaxy, when you look up into the sky at a specific galaxy through a telescope, you see a radiating signature that constitutes the quantumized field of relative consciousness into a specific coding of awareness. So that galaxy now has a larger imperative based upon the galactic mind, and as it filters down into its apportioned phases, its constructs, its multi-level constructs, you begin to see how that relative reality that is the larger base begins to formulate itself into ever more refined substructures that represent the programming that allows that galaxy to be. Each galaxy is a thought process from the divine mind. Each galaxy has in it the imperative to fulfill what the divine mind was at that time thinking, quote unquote, at the time of the creation of that galaxy. The universal mind creates the initial blueprint or blackprint for each of the galaxies related in its composite consciousness. The initial blueprint creates the disposition or the predisposition of the genetic code seeded within a galaxy. Let me just say this again. Let me say this down, and as we begin to become familiar with the language, our familiarity with the way we construct awareness through words will make it very easy for me to say what I'm saying to you. You'll understand it just like that. We have to become used to a whole new syntax for the relating of consciousness one to another. We have to know a whole new kind of vocabulary because matter is a vocabulary. Reality is a language. Again, the initial blueprint creates the predisposition of the genetic code seeded into a galaxy. So, the initial blueprint of the universal mind creates the field of awareness that becomes the predisposition for all life within that awareness to come to its own realization. Now I'm going to speak of light as a carrier wave. Light itself is a specialized carrier wave of omniscient mind. Light is conditioned by its choice to select itself into self-defined existence. Whoa. Here we go again. Let me say this again. Light is a carrier wave of the omniscient mind, conditioned by its choice. Conditioned by its choice. What was that? Oh. Oh. Okay. Whoa, I didn't even hear that. Light, listen carefully, is a carrier wave of omniscient mind. Light is conditioned by the omniscient mind's choice, listen carefully, to select itself into self-defined existence. Because all things done by God is self-evident and self-perpetual. It self-perpetuates because it is of the self's own mind, of omniscient own mind, that gives permission to itself to exist. Now, when we examine the nature of the higher self, we find that at the atomic level, our physical bodies are made of star essences. At the subatomic level, our minds vibrate sympathetically as non-physical repositories for the galactic mind. At the subatomic level, our souls vibrate as the non-physical repositories of the divine intelligence that permeates the omniverse. Again, matter is a formula of omniscient mind. For it to exist implies a qualitative distinction from something towards something. From something towards something. Reality, then, is the quantitative conditional reduction of the relative. Let me say that again. Reality is the quantitative conditional reduction of the relative. Reality is therefore a self-contained interpretation of the relative, a form of self-contained language. Now, why am I saying these things? Because we're going to go back to the top and we're going to go down them and we're going to exchange with each other. I don't want you to just vegetate into what I'm saying to you, because this is the new mathematics that they told you not to teach Remember, you just read it.
Right.
The real mathematics. This is where we have to go, because we are no longer going to be able to fight at the level where we're going to pick up a gun. We already lost once we got that. Unless it's just to immediately defend yourself. To go get a gun to do anything like these jackasses in government are doing is suicide at this time. The idea for the nexus, coming up to the nexus for the new transition of consciousness at this time, is to not take the old paradigm solutions with you. You're lost if you do. Now, again, the words and the way I have to coalesce the words in order for me to bring an awareness sounds like, what the, hold on, let me see if I can get it. I can get it. And I know you can, because you wouldn't be here. I said this is what I was going to do. And the people who come will know exactly what I'm talking about. And you do. The part of you that you forgot. Again, reality is therefore a self-contained interpretation of the relative, a form of self-contained language. Now, how am I use that as a weapon to counter this man? Well, you see, you become invisible to the materiality that is now being played out once you vibrate beyond this scope of being. Now, what does that do for my family to eat? Well, see, there is a reality beyond the one that you've agreed to participate in. And the only reason we are locked down is because we have agreed to it. Now you say, well, damn, the motherfucker came over and snatched me? No, hell no. There is a reality beyond the one we're dealing with. And I don't say that neither one is not valid. Some want to play one reality out. I have done that. And now I'm dealing with a reality where we change things. Why does this bastard join at Skull and Bones? Why do they go digging in Kemet? Why do they go places and study our shit at the deepest of levels, change it and turn it into Masonic, into this, into that? Because they know that's where the secrets lie. The reason why we fail is because we are not learning the real mathematics. He told you how he will win. The real mathematics is to change your context and your syntax of how you describe your reality within your mind. Because your mind is a holographic projector and receptor. And you pick up your reality based on the agreement from within. How you agree for it to be within you is how the universe will respond back intact. Again, if you do not want to be part of this, you can stop right now. If you fast for 21 days on nothing but water and air, you can topple this shit overnight. You wouldn't have to pick up a gun. If every man jack can say no to this and turn their backs. Anybody ever watch Star Trek sometimes? The Klingons? And when my boy don't want nothing to do with you, they go bang, bang, and turn their backs. If we did that now and turn our backs and say, listen, I'm ready to suffer to give birth to the new paradigm. Nobody wants to suffer. Nobody likes pain because they're teaching you and conditioning you not to feel pain. Why do you think every second commercial is about a drug and at the end, side effects may include death? They must inebriate the conscious mind and thus cause the filter to the subconscious mind to be clogged with non-essential bullshit, and thus block all of the inner information, the soft whispers from the voice beyond that vibrates within you, but because of the cacophony in your head, with all the noise vibrating within the ears, you can't hear the silent whispers from the voice within. You're too busy paying attention to without, and that's what they want you to do. That's the distraction. So there is no counter validity to any action, even when you want to kill yourself with alcohol, with drugs. If that's what you did and that's what you chose to do, that's your point. Die. Serve your purpose if that was what you wanted to do. But at this point, we can't attach ourselves to any kind of emotional things that bring us down. Higher emotions come out as empathy and sympathy, not as crying and bawling your eyes out, falling on your knees and dying for somebody from tears, depression. That's a misuse of your higher empathy and your higher sympathy. And that's what they want you to do. Reality proceeds in contexts which conform to algebraic and geometric language codes. Listen carefully. This is from my book called The Microcosmic God. That's us. As well as my book, Neogenesis. And a little bit from my book, Dark Matter Consciousness. Now, I have all these books lined up to finish, and they ain't had a chance to. So I might as well put part of it out there now, because I don't know where the hell the money gonna come from for me to finish all 7 of them. I just almost finished Wounded Womb. But these are the higher ones that I wanted to offer, so I'm going to give you little pieces here. This is what they call the reality. There's something floating around the metaphysical community, white, black, and around the world, called the reality context. And everybody's trying to play in there to give their new Einsteinian theory and all that nonsense. Been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? And this is where we are now. Reality proceeds in contexts which conform to algebraic and geometric language codes. It conforms to geometric rules of structure through inductive and deductive space-time relationship dynamics. It conforms to geometric rules of structure. Reality conforms to geometric rules of structure through inductive and deductive space-time relationship dynamics. Thus, it is that the Creator negates or contracts upon itself to create a consciousness cocoon to provide the means by which to refine itself. Let me say that again. The Creator negates or contracts upon itself to create a consciousness cocoon to provide the means by which to refine itself. This Creator provides the means to realize its own choice to exist. Let me say that again. The Creator provides the means whereby to realize its own choice to exist. So experience, or so existence, is everywhere the choice to exist. Existence is everywhere the choice to exist. Thus, as children of the Creator, everything in your life is based upon choice, whether you are unconscious of it or you're conscious of it. That's why, in reflection of that grand cosmic law, the lawyers and the judges tell you ignorance is of no consequence. I don't give a shit whether you don't know it or not. You're guilty. Thus, by choice, whether in your other reality or in the one you now proceed to fulfill the contract from, as you made your contract in that other reality, if you don't know that your present circumstances are based on choice, then shame on you. You suffer the consequences of your ignorance. And thus I say again, the Creator provides the means to realize its own choice to exist. So existence is everywhere the choice to exist. Reality is thus an exercise in what is referred to as linguistic reductibility. Linguistic reductibility. Now what's that? What's linguistic? Language. What's reductibility? Smaller and smaller, reducing from relative to quantum. at this point is based upon your choice, whether ignorant or not, to change the relative reality that is what you call God into the quantumized reality which you call existence. So, again, all of these are just the rules of the game, so that when it comes to you applying this in your life, you want to turn out to be a warrior and learn how to use a gun and a sniper better? Learn this first. Ready to go to war? Learn the fact that the war is already being fought, and if it ain't won inside of you, you ain't going to win with the gun. The gun is an extension of yourself. How many people know how to use a weapon? And what do they tell you first? Lean into it. Relax with it. Feel it. Let it become a part of you. So my father taught me. And yes, it's good for men to understand how the weapons of the day work. My son, blindfolded, can disengage a 45 and put it back together blindfolded. Never went in the military. But he will learn, he knows how to use the bow and arrow, he will load the cross, he will learn weaponry. Why? Because as provider, protector, he needs that. It ain't something you're going to walk around here, look what I got. No. It's there. It's a tool. If I got to use a hammer to put a nail in the wall, I'll do that. The same way. If that's what you want to do, fine. But if you do not understand that everything you touch, everything that you want to condition or to change, or anything that you want to make your own, you have to first release the distance you have placed yourself between it, that has been placed between it based on your perception. That which is linguistic implies thought or mind as a precursor. Reality is a linguistic interpretation of matter. Consciousness of mind interprets matter into existence. Therefore, while matter becomes qualified into existence through linguistic reduction, matter is conscious through, and this is, I love this term, it's in the book as a chapter. Therefore, while matter becomes qualified into existence through linguistic reduction, matter is conscious through the algebra of atoms. Atoms are the intelligences. All intelligence is based upon the agreement of atoms to coalesce and work together. How you put atoms together, how you create the atoms to work together, is what makes you the spiritual warrior. You see, atoms are psychoreactive. Every time you think, you create an atom. Let me say that again. Oh, that's deep. You are an atomic reactor. Every time you think, you create an atom. Or you manipulate the atoms that are swirling around you to agree to coalesce to your reality. You see, once you can see past the madness and change your mind, the condition that has been reinforced by your attention to that thing dissipates. There is no longer the attention to the thing that imprisons you. The more he keeps you paying attention to him and keeping him in your conversation constantly 24 fucking hours a day, you're worried about this white devil. Oh, he's coming up. Here he come again. Oh, shit. What am I going to do? You don't even know what a flower smells like. You don't know what real water sounds like against the earth as it flows. You haven't even heard what stillness sounds like, because stillness has a sound all of its own. And the purpose of taking you away from these meditative conditions that put you directly in touch with your higher self is to distract you from that place that gives you back your power. This is why the native peoples have survived. You may have taken the land, but you have not conquered the place that they have been in for the last 50,000 years. You may kill a few that will be sacrificed to go forward to establish another paradigm somewhere else. But the place that we exist in, you can't become a Native American. You can't fucking become Yoruba. You are born into that. That is a consciousness condition that came through and established itself, named itself, gave it to those people to hold so that the vibration in that point will give off certain harmonious energies for that part of the earth. But white people who don't have the melanin enough to fix spiritual energies are out there intellectualizing something that needs to be felt so that nature may feel it with you. Nature operates through the intellect, but she becomes a stagnant and neutered thing. The difference between us as a people, melanated people, is that we had a synergy and a synchronistic attachment to the feelings of the planet, which they do not. That is why when you saw in the beginning of this particular movie called The Last of the Mohicans, the new version, did you see that? Yeah. Check that movie. That was one of the better movies I saw, because they had Russell Means and real native peoples playing the part. But in the beginning was the deepest part. Showed you the strength of the warrior, running for like miles just to chase this thing down. But it was a dance of the universe being played out. And when they killed finally with the shot, because you got to have eyes. You can't be looking up and trying to find God in the heavens with glasses. It don't work. The people who mapped the skies, the Dogon, they looked 3 and 4 levels deep into the darkness to find Sirius. White people were saying, what the hell are they talking about? Ain't nothing up there. Because he had cataracts and shit all over his eyes. When they brought that beast down, they went over to it and collectively touched the carcass and thanked the spirit of that deer, apologized for taking its life, saying that we need to eat. But you got this devil out there on his sports program, taking down deer to hang the necks up in some guy. This is a savage! When the white man came in, he saw a high civilization, but because we were in huts and in skins and naked, he thought that, oh, these guys are beasts. We're wearing clothes, so we are sophisticated and we're civilized, not realizing that they were gods and they knew how to interface with nature naturally. Again, linguistic reduction is the way that we qualify matter, and to qualify matter, we must interface with matter through the algebra of atoms. Reality is conditioned matter, a self-configuring, self-processing language. Let me say that again. Reality is conditioned matter, a self-configuring, self-processing language whose spatio-temporal structure is holographically replicated everywhere within it as a self-transductive syntax. Shit, how's that going to pay my phone bill? Well, see, your ancestors were inside talking about this, and you'll tell me, well, the white man came along when we was talking about this shit, took the land. No, they didn't take it that easily. Y'all got to remember, it didn't come that easily. Whoever these beasts were that gave this bastard not the intelligence, but the science. See, he gave the science to a spiritual imbecile. And when you give high sciences to a spiritual imbecile, this is what you get. You see, you couldn't give this kind of technology to our people back then because we wouldn't use it. It wouldn't be necessary. We were walking on stars and we knew where the fuck everything was anyway. We didn't need your telescope. We didn't need your guns. But the planet was changing herself. Something had to die. What was in us as a people had to come out. Because every time you have a disease, the disease is intrinsic and you have to get it extrinsic, if there's such a word, before you are healed. So, if anything, this devil is our disease showing itself on the surface. And if we don't learn how to heal ourselves of this motherfucker, we ain't going nowhere but back into the primordial pool to come back as a slug, to try this shit all over again another couple of million years. I don't want to be there. Again, reality is conditioned matter, a self-configuring, self-processing language. It is a self-configuring, self-processing language whose spatio-temporal, in other words, temporal meaning everything, what we see in relationship to one another, spatio-temporal. So this is a fancy way of saying the relationship of bodies one to the other. Structures is holographically replicated everywhere. So reality is a seed that already exists within a quantum space. And as it grows into the space that is predestined for it to fill, it begins to condition the space that it's in. And all the people participating within that space understands the relativity of the space and then begins to create the conditions for quantumizing their own experience within that reality. Let's go back to the top now. Any questions?
Repeat the last statement you just made.
Yes.
How does that fit into sort of like diseases like Parkinson's and so on?
Good question. As we begin to become more and more aware of ourselves, we begin to see that genetically we have passed on from generation to generation the principle of lack within the context and construct of our language, and how we have translated that lack into a reality from perception. In other words, you can condition a child to think that it is not something, and therefore take on aberrant behaviorisms contrary to the universal mandate. That child now, based upon its actions and the thoughts that emanate from those actions, begins to set a course of activity that matches the lack, that causes it to think a certain way and thus cause atoms to be formed a specific way. Remember, the DNA helix, as they say it is, which we don't, we know this is what they have it, this is the way they have focused it, creates proteins. Those proteins are created based upon how we, in our experiences, because the DNA is nothing more than a qualifying template. It gives you a basic structure, but you, based on experience, have the ability to change the programming within the DNA by your experiences. The energy called hate, anger, stress causes you to stretch the energy longer. It doesn't exist properly within the context of a whole hologram. So it has a very distorted energy pattern. Hate has a very elongated pattern. On the DNA helix, it doesn't touch all the places along the DNA where they create, where all of the, what is the proteins called? Yeah, what are the things that create the proteins? Aminos. amino acids and so forth. These amino acids are nothing more than triggers for the learning and the conditioning of the DNA. How you channel it through the DNA and what emotions are attached. If the emotions are from the higher universal love, they're more tighter and they're more powerful. If they're not, they're long and they're very disparate, and they may jag here and go here and jag there. They're not in synchronicity with the dynamic energy that is the cosmic energy. Then, if you have it not touching certain points on the DNA, that now becomes the static conditioning that the child begins to, what is that word I'm looking for? When you fix something. So that's what has come. In other words, from repetition, this is what it becomes, and it knows nothing else. Programmed, it becomes. No. I'm talking about the solidity. Yeah, it's become solid. In other words, the learning now conditions how the DNA will behave, and then 2 or 3 lives past that conditioning, you begin to see diseases come up inside of the soul structure, because the soul structure carries the template signatures of that experience, which then gives instructions to the new body through its genetic coding. So the soul's signature has instructions that begin to teach the genetics how to form around the tasks that the soul has set for itself for its next life. So the signature of Parkinson's is based upon a trauma that caused the energy frequencies of thought and emotion and the catalog of what you put into that chemical catalog. Because remember, all memory, all thought is a chemical memory. All memory is chemical. If the chemistries are consistently around that traumatic programming, then you begin to carry the scar and the signature of that experience, and it dictates to the genetics how you're going to be. If now, through the genetics that they've been teaching you, they're telling you, well, we have new ways to put new genetics in the place of the old genetics, and then heal you of your disease. The genetics are the teaching mechanisms for the soul's way to output that experience, to help to organically release it and thus teach the soul what not to do. When someone is born crippled, they're born with a limitation. But the limitation is for them to do more thinking about what that limitation means. If you take the genetic that is directly encoded to the signature of experience on the soul and remove it from the body and affect that genetic coding, then you have stopped that disease programming on the soul, and now that body only acts as a drone. The new chip that you put in destroys the ability of the soul to come face to face with its life lesson. And the people who control the people now have a better drone because he can't offload that. He has no feeling anymore. That would have given him a touch with nature. His disease signature is his correcting process towards equilibrium. You remove that from him, there is no contact, no empathy, no sympathy. He can kill on contact without any feeling. So you have a robot. So yes, all diseases, essentially, which is a good question, is basically how we have conditioned matter and how, based on our experience, we take the experiences in matter and condition it as a chemistry within us.
So it's not a vibrational force. You're saying it's predetermined through protein.
It's vibrating on a very high frequency.
But it's crystallized, hasn't it?
But it crystallizes through the instructions given to the genetics. And the genetics now broadcast that to the body, and now the mind controlling the vehicle now must conform to that physically, but then are you raised up enough to compensate so that it doesn't become an impediment? It just shows what your life lesson is. And if you take it with all humbleness or humility, allow it to purge, like the person purges themselves of cancer by dying. So what? You come back, if that's what you want to do. But the feeling of, oh my God, you're dying, you're suffering, and we're hurrying up, we're going to get this cancer vaccine, we're going to help the poor children, look at the poor children. This bullshit sympathy is what's keeping us locked down in the paradigm. Because each person, each child, each one comes back with the signature of experience that is relative to their own awareness and their own evolution in life.
So with Ray Charles and
C.B. Wonder, yes.
does that apply to their situation?
Yes, that's their choice to come back. But you see, they came back, and based on what they came back with, remember, say they came blind. To come back blind or be stricken blind means somewhere in the other life, something so horrible, something so fearsome to the psyche and the experience, blind you. Something that could have happened that you did to someone else, that you blinded them.
Whether you're born with that or
Whether you're born with it or not, there is no innocence coming back. Remember, the original sin was creation. There is no original sin done by us. The original sin was to allow for the environment for the Most High to interface with itself. Yes, beloved.
All of this coincides with time, right?
It coincides partially with time and space, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But time is relative to the fact. Oh, is this mine, beloved? Or is, oh, thank you so much. Oh. Woo! I love pomegranate too. Oh. Yeah. Thank you, sister. Question.
Because, you know, I was reading a book about time.
Yes.
This young man wrote.
What did it say?
And he had got involved in the same topic that you're speaking about, but he was talking about it because he had studied time all his life. That's all he did. And he got into a real deep thing of times, you know, the universe, different galaxies. You know, he got into the whole timing of it.
Okay. Time is based on frequency dynamics and vibrational dynamics. Time to us is not time to those vibrating on higher frequencies. Time is relative to the consciousness perceiving itself within that relativity. So on the fourth dimensional or fifth dimensional frequencies, time has a whole other relative space-time continuum and space relationship to the observer. And here's what we forget about time. There is no time if there is no observer. And that's the secret of escaping space and time. The problem with meditation is that we get caught up forgetting that the observer is the one making the decisions, even though the body thinks the thoughts are the ones doing it. The observer is the one that gives us our spatial relationship to everything else. And that observer within ourselves is what sets the contexts and the syntax of time and space. So the observer now creates its own perception of time because now, by its experience within its spatial relationship, the observer, the observation, and the observed become separate things. So there is an observer, there is the observation, and there's the observed. Well, the observed now, from the observer, gives the observation. But is that observation based upon a duality matrix where you make a judgment? Once you make a judgment, it fixes you to that thing. So, I'm looking up, and I used this in my last classes, if you there saw the last things. I'm looking up, and I have never been in this reality before. And I'm seeing this thing is doing this and staying aloft. Now, there's a movie you got to see with Jim Carrey. They took it out and got rid of it real quick. It's the something of the spotless mind. Oh. You know what I'm talking about? Check it out. The spotless mind that has never seen and experienced anything before has no definite definition of reality. And it is our definition and defining of reality that gives us space-time relationship. If I do this, if I'm looking up and I see this, what's the first thing you think of? Yeah. If you see this thing doing this, the first thing you think of is what? Bird. No, you think bird. You're looking at the thing on the ground, you see it flipping around and gets up and flies, bird. You teach your children, bird. Dog. Horse. Fly. They're none of these things. They are descriptions. And what happens when you define that thing? It becomes fixed. Exactly. But what does it do? Yes. What is it? It limits you. Why does it limit you? You fixed a definition on the thing. And what happens is you now have defined the experience. So the pure experience of what you observed now with a name completely destroys the experience. There you go. The self-definition is lost. You're way ahead of me.
Unless.
Whoops.
Unless.
I remember that voice.
Unless you do the same thing and you let them know, because we're dealing with language and you have the teaching the children, you know, people need language to function in this reality. But if you at the same time say, they call it a bird.
Oh yeah.
What do you call it?
Mm-hmm.
Or what can you say? What do you want to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have to name it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, letting them know so that language is still being experimental. No,
But it doesn't use to cement.
you're still learning.
Yes.
You're still growing with the language, but at the same time, you're not putting the character, you're not putting you parameters.
Right. Again, that's exactly what happens when you begin to define the structures that you perceive to be your reality. You fix them in your perception and then they become real. When brother says you lose the experience and you don't allow it to define itself to you, that's how you forget that there is a language and there is an algebraic, logarithmic progression to the way the atoms come together to fix the reality. If you use the syntax to define something without giving it the freedom to release itself, to define itself, then you have boxed yourself into a false perception of reality and you no longer grow with the reality. Those things that you call bird and what do you call it, were there to actually fix specific activities for your learning. Nature is a school. And why the natives and the brothers and sisters in the continent and the earlier places were so powerful and so heavy into metaphysics is because they understood the languages and the activities of the animals to be as teachers for you. Thus, the fact of the matter that animals do not change their activities once they have found a niche within their reality means that by their definite activity through their instincts, you can learn what to do and what not to do by observing them. And in the observation of the animals, which is why in the Bible they came first before you, because all animals are points of consciousness, points of quantumized consciousness to fix the school, the foundations for your school learning, for your perception. These animals get within the natural dynamic, set up a synchronistic relationship with it, and then set the powers and the energies into their cyclic manifestations. The animals' feces become part of the growth of the land. The bees begin to go from one flower to the next. The birds sing a song that allows the trees to vibrate in synchronicity with each other. These are the languages that your ancestors came from. And until you begin opening yourself up to those higher languages of reality, what we call reality, of the higher reality in mind, you will keep being fucked over by the reality they give you to react to.
Brother Valentine.
Yes, brother.
Brother Dr. John Moore used to take the brothers and sisters on these nature tours to get in contact with nature. I would like to, in the future, do something like that.
Yeah.
Because we have gotten so far away from nature.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's just like when you're talking about the Native Americans killing an animal and talking to that animal.
Right.
When you do watch these sports programs on TV, the white man will say that the animal is beautiful after he killed that animal.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. I've seen it.
This is a beautiful buck, right?
Yeah. Look at them horns.
Look at those horns.
Yeah.
So in the future, very soon, maybe in August, I would like to organize a nature walk. Sometime.
Well, you know that you pulling me right back in, and I feel like Don Al Pacino, and they can pull me back in. We used to do that in our metaphysics, classes. We used to take them out in the park, and the park ranger used to say, "What they're doing over there? You can't do no rituals in there. No I said, "This is no ritual. This is a school. They're spinning pendulums. The women are taking copper wire and putting it around specific door points of energy in the tree and attaching it to their wombs, getting rid of their fibroid tumors. Oh, all of the magic is out there. See, that's what I used to teach until they stole the place." You know, ain't complaining though, because I know they took it for a reason. That was the end of that cycle there. The new cycle is coming up, and this is why I have to pull away, because if I continue to do this, it will trap me in itself. These last 7 years of me doing this with you, traveling all over the world doing this, has fixed me. And I can't stay fixed. I'm sorry, I'm a 7. After 7, I'm gone. I can't do that in my teaching. If I'm teaching one thing too much, I get bored, I get tired, and then you don't learn because I don't want to teach. But if I feel that I stay within my own quantumized format relative to my enhancement, then I will grow, and then when I come back, I got more shit so that we can party with. You see? And that's how it's got to work. And that's where you got to feel for yourself. There are cycles of evolution within each one of you all, and you have to find that place and be brave and courageous enough to say, fuck everything else. I got to take this new move, because that's when the universe gives you what you want. You got to get it into the cycles like your ancestors did, because when he came, he fucked up everything. He gave you Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He gave you January, February, March, April, May, June. It's bullshit. He gave you 60 seconds. Now he's cutting up 60 seconds. This motherfucker's crazy. He does not have any perception of what real time is. Real time is his own quantumized madness. See, time where we need to be should not exist, because the present perception of time is pathological. 9 to 5. 9 to 5 is your slave time on the plantation. And then the rest of the time you go home and hope you can learn something. Hope you can get to know your wife and your husband. Hope you can get to know your children. And then you're back up again. Back again in the plantation, this time in the concrete plantation. Yes, beloved.
Do you agree with Elijah Muhammad's concept that we have no beginning and no end?
Exactly.
How is that?
There is no beginning, because that would imply that the Creator had a beginning. And thus, if anything created by the Creator has no beginning or end, Thus it always was. Thus it is the creator and not a beginning. The perception of beginnings means certain cycles of that retraction. In other words, remember when I said the creator retracted 10% in order to create a field of awareness to give permission for its own self to exist so it can examine itself. That definition of that thing, that 10%, is called ignorance. The field of ignorance had to be created out of the field of all-knowing so that all-knowing could know itself. If it did not retract from itself to create a place of lack, then we would never know what the fullness of that thing we left is. And again, it's all the creator playing with itself. There's nothing that is existing today that has never had existed. If I'm going to get that together, let me see that one more time. There isn't anything existing today that has not existed. Period. That what this is just taking the mass pool of clay and then shaping it into something else. And the beautiful thing about it is the creator, through the Brahmins and through Krishna said, I will give you all that you survey. Once you understand who you are in relationship to all those things, and then you come back to me. This is what he's saying to Arjuna and to Krishna talking to, I think it was Arjuna, and anyone else. He says, after you have attained Godhead and you become one with me, still will you not be yourself? Because then that would be suicide. Everybody said, well, you have to get lost in the one. This is white people interpretation. You got to be absorbed into the one to understand it. No, you don't. The fact of the matter is this 10% will stay that way forever through what is known as the cyclic sleep and the waking of Brahma. The waking, you know, when you want to put the map to how long the night of Brahma is and the day of Brahma is, you put one and then a mile of zeros. That's what they call the day of Brahma. And then after that, Brahma, like the tide, after it's been pulled in, it goes out and it washes everything that ended up on the beach and draws it back into itself. And for the one with a mile of zeros, it sleeps. What it says is that anything that is conscious of itself and has the ability to perceive itself as separated from anything is participating in the dream that the Creator is having of itself. So, when the Creator sleeps, we exist. Because if it was awake, it would be the all in all, conscious as consciousness, and be not separated unto itself. It can only do that while it's asleep. And isn't that the reason too? Here we are. Most of us are asleep, gods, and don't know it. And the secret is that an aspect of the Creator throughout all of the existences that can be ever understood. I'm talking about levels of dimensional consciousness that has billions upon trillions of stars, and then other levels above that and behind that and below that and inside that. Just imagine infinity, eternity, and everything, a soup of reality that goes on constantly, period. And inside of all of that, the Creator, that central mind inside of all of that, is participating in itself through you. It's a hell of a responsibility. You are the school for the Creator. So what the teacher going to do? Yes, brother.
That was the concept of born again, the Christian people.
Yeah, the born again Christian, again, another, how do you say it, the distortion of born again. Born again is the awakening to the inner, not the outer. You see? Born again means that you had one birth first, which was into the outer world. The born again now is into that which is within you. And what did it say above the temples in Kemet? Know thyself. Oh, come on. Now, I opened the door. You want us to get ready to get back into this? More so we can understand more of this? Okay. My pleasure. Oh, question. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, to reiterate what you were saying, meaning that when you become one with the universe, as far as being one.
Yes, but we can't perceive of the universe as anything that we can see distinct from ourselves. So again, when we make language to try to identify consciousness in such a state as to not put any prejudicial definitions within it, what we do and what we end up doing is limiting the observer's ability to interface with the thing. We're not allowing, if we put the description of it, universe, what does that mean? Oh, stars. We're not allowing it to talk to us from the subtler aspects that we don't see of it. There's no such thing as non-conditioned space. Space is a conditioned fullness. Just because you can't feel a tangible reality within the construct that we operate in, this is an environment that was given for us to operate in, so that nothing interferes with the lesson plan going on for these creatures down here. But every now and then, we have people who fuck with the school, and what they do is they introduce technologies that disrupt the spatial relationship of dimensions so that we can't maintain that agreement. And then we open holes in the reality and start letting in things that become parasitic to us. You see? And then we begin to degenerate, and the ship that we're sailing in begins to sink. So, not to say you were correct, you're totally correct in calling it universe. I call it omniverse, one. The omniverse itself, or the spectroverse, which is light, or the photoverse. All these different words that we deal with, the word verse means word. Omniverse is one word. And that's it for me. Om. That's the sound, one of the highest sounds in the universe. Hu is another one. All is sound. All is vibration, all is frequency, all is wave, all is particle. And if we understand those dynamics, we see that there's a bunch of particles in here that create and constitute the whole entitled body. Each one of you is a billion universes. Do you know that every time you incarnate, the more cell structures you have, the more atomic cells and the atoms you have, listen carefully, excuse me, the more cells that you have per spatial relationship in your body, the more advanced and more times that you've been back into the physical form and made your transition back and forth into spirit and flesh. Because for the more cells you have in your body, the more atomic structures, the more atomic universes you have in your body. Which means you've done this a whole lot of times before. Okay? Anybody else with their hands? Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Brown, you asked a question about, do some have a beginning? One thing that we emphasize on, some do have a beginning.
What does?
Sure as hell it's not us. We have no beginning and no end.
Well, yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying, well, white folks. Well, you see, that's not even a beginning. Essentially, if they were taken from something that existed, that's not a beginning. It's just a transition of perception and consciousness that exteriorizes itself as a phenomenon. So, if we were another type of conscious and intelligent species, our downside would have a whole other representation that may come based upon the reality index that we operate under. So if white folks are our disease, if I was somebody from the 25th dimension, something else would be my disease, based upon the context and the way that I operate the atomic algebraic formula of existence. You see. So based on our use of algebraic atomic configurations, we created this. So we say, well, no, man, well, who the fuck was Yaku? That was a sick asshole. He wanted to create white folks to do work for him. Lazy motherfucker. No, he wasn't creating a better man. He wanted slaves. Period. And that's where they got this, the book Frankenstein from. Because the monster got out of the lab and fucked up the town. Didn't he come back and fuck up your town? Well, that's who he is. That's why Frankenstein was the #1 story and the #1 monster. And then Dracula came right after that. Blood-sucking motherfucker just like he is. All his monsters tell you who he is. Wolfman. Huh? Freddy and Jason? Yeah, that's who he is. Don't you know he's projecting onto you who he is? X-Men. That shit is so contrary to reality. X is female, so you can't be X-Men, it's X-Women. We got a lot of X-Men out there. They're in the gay pride parade.
Phil,
You.
dealing with that subject, so-called on the down low, which they're not on the down low.
Oh, here we go. We done went right out of metaphysics into the down low.
What is the connection between, I see a lot of women who hang out with homosexuals. What is that? Is that a secret relationship going on there?
Well, you have to remember that the homosexual is like a woman. He is the one who sets the context for how women dress. It's still a man that dresses women. A kind of a man. But she's still looking to the authority of the male principle. And women are ashamed to surrender to that particular part of it because it's like, well, how could you be the man? And why are you allowed to do all that shit? Because, you know, we're men, and so what? You know, you are allowed to do a whole lot of shit you want to do. I couldn't do it and didn't want to do it. But there is this thing where the masculine principle becomes the guide to the feminine principle. It always is that. I don't give a damn who it is that comes talking about most of the time when it began to switch the paradigm and women began to become more masculine. And that's when you see the change in the paradigm and the change in the equilibrium. Once that happens, you know that that shift to the women becoming or feeling the masculine principle more than the male principle, and then the males feeling feminine more than masculine, that means that there is a crash coming. The equilibrium is out of sync, and it means something has to be readjusted. That's why at the end of every great civilization, you read in their books that every time homosexuality was rampant in the before it came down. And not even talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, I'm talking about real countries, Rome, Greece, Kemet. Everybody started switching up on the gender principle because it was all right to do. As creators, you could fuck it up if you want, but if you mess with the equilibrium, you mess with the peace. You mess with all of the ways that peace may come about. The relationship between the homosexual male and the female is that the woman wants the type of analysis and analytical logic that the male principal has, but gives it through a female dynamic. Most of the ways that the women, especially in entertainment and all that talk, is gay talk. You know, girlfriend was not about a girl talking about their girlfriend. It was about faggots talking to each other.
Break it down.
It was faggots calling each other girlfriend that the sisters picked up on. Where do you think this came from? That was not women did that. It was gay faggots doing that shit. Who you think dresses these models on the runway? It's all gay men. Yes. If they aren't, they're on the down low. You know what I mean? But they're not ashamed anymore because it's all right. In fact, the more flaming you are, the better, the more they'll look for you now.
TV program. Yeah,
that TV. Who's this blonde asshole that comes on? I mean, he's from England. Oh man! And then these square eye for the straight guy. Queer what? Queer eye. Somebody come with a queer eye at me. Yeah, you gotta have a queer eye if you can't see what's happened or what's happening around you. To tell you the truth, listen, I ain't got nothing but love for everybody. But when they try to make me think that this distortion they want to call a society is what it is, then that's bullshit. I gotta just say, okay, I'm not part of that. And I'm gonna talk about it. But the relationship between gay is that, first and foremost, especially the relationship between gay and women usually have beautiful women with relationships to gay men. Because most of the time they are constantly under barrage. The men want the pussy and that's it. So they feel safe talking to a man who don't want none of that. That's where Will and Grace come in. Grace can be herself. She just, I mean, before there's things that you shouldn't or even talk about as a woman out in the public, private shit. She's talking to him about it. Yeah. Have you ever watched that show? Yeah. Man, and the other guy is just the flame of the week, the month, the year. He wants what she wants. She can't get what she wants because he ends up wanting it. It's madness. And that's the way the shows go. Now everybody play. Now if you watch Will and Grace, all these Hollywood stars, big time stars, come and do cameos on there. Michael Douglas and all these, ooh, is that who you really are? Because they be playing gay folks. Good too. Anyway, I didn't want to get into that. I wanted to stay here where we at. Yes, beloved.
So, is America, we're ready for fall? Because, did you see us ready? I don't know whether you discussed before I got here.
Yeah.
Are we ready for the fall?
Well, we are already starting to spiral towards that. We first have to go into complete fascistic state. We have to completely see the jackboots marching through the city before people start saying, oh shit.
Yeah, I just saw in the Amsterdam this week 1,000 gays and lesbians took a boat, a cruise to the Bahamas.
Yeah, that was with Rosie O'Donnell. And they had a picket there to shut them out. Thank God. Yeah, well, the Bahamians are not. The people who went down there and said they shouldn't be there and picketed the boat because Rosie O'Donnell sponsored this gay family cruise. Family values cruise with nothing but gay people. Oh, okay. But understand what I'm saying to you. This quasi-family state is set up to destroy the structures that keep the specific, how do you say it, the modular relationship that helps to evolve each one. See, you choose by who you are what it is you wish to participate in. Now, if you choose the female body, it means that the vibratory frequency of feelings is what you want to participate in. So the female body is the best antenna for the principle that has come to be deduced and reduced into what is known as feelings. So there are certain nerve structures, there are certain dynamics, there are certain shapes, there are certain things that you have to be. Everything about you is inside. So everything about you would be more in contact with your internal. So you by nature would be more into the induction process. You induct things, you feel things on a greater level, on a deeper level. You have the capacity for empathy. You can feel the communication of the baby that comes from your womb, because the cries are vibratory wave patterns that are aligned within your own matrix if you're sensitive as a woman. So you'll know what the baby needs changing. That's a change cry. That's a food cry. That's a I want to walk cry. That's a stretch my arms, Ma, that, you know, I'm a little, what do you call it? You'll know that if you maintain all the things necessary for your substructures to be female, feminine. If you do anything to mess with that, then you invite that small part. And you notice that the yin-yang is shaped in such a way that it's a black and a white with a tiny white in the black and a tiny black in the white. That is the equilibrium that keeps you polarized to the third dimension, because all things are of the unitary body. So you will carry a part of the one and the other. That's what creates the attraction on other metaphysical levels. That's why they say, well, she, you know, does things like me. She likes the things I like. Well, he likes the things I like. Well, why is that? Because there's a component within you that I vibrate to, and a component within me you vibrate to. But we don't transgress the borders that maintains the integrity of that polarity. Once one crosses the border, then the equilibrium of the scale is gone. Now nature does her best to try to bring equilibrium back. And they talk about, you know, homosexual marriage should be equal to heterosexual marriage. Why? Well, because, you know, it's the right thing to do. Well, there's one thing that a homosexual marriage can't do. And Brother Jay gave this to me. There is one thing that a homosexual marriage cannot do, and that is produce children.
A lot of homosexuals are adopting black children, too.
Exactly. And guess what them little boys are going to be? Gay. Or it's going to be all right to have gay friends and all right to practice gay. In fact, if you remember correctly, I read off to you from my wounded womb what one of the main planks of the Feminist Manifesto was to destroy the family and to make sure that humanity reverted back to its polymorphous perversity. Remember I said that. And that's exactly what is happening. Sign of the times. Okay? All right, we're still off of the metaphysics. Back on it. All right. We have a little short time to go. We'll save another 20 minutes to half hour. Okay. Anybody got to go to church tomorrow? I don't want to keep you. All righty now.
We're in church right now?
Huh?
We're in church right now?
Oh, we in church. Good morning. Reality, baby. Okay. Now, if reality, as we were speaking, if reality is an interpretative language, then that means for us to change our reality, we need to see or examine the language we use to define ourselves. How do you speak to someone? What do you say to them that conveys an impression of you? How do you accept what they say to you? And how do you allow them to change how you feel about yourself in relationship to them and the rest of the world? This is what we do with our words every day to children, to friends, to others around us. We argue, all because of what we think we lack. English is the language of lack. It can be a language used to help you to evolve out of your condition if we put the right attention to the words necessary to do that. But as it stands right now, it is an attack language. And it is used to destroy people's good feelings about themselves, their higher natures, and it is used to conduct fear. I mean to bring fear constantly, to make it, to keep you overloaded with that so that your kidneys and your adrenals are constantly kicking defensive chemistries into your body. And once they stay there, they turn into disease because you're not using them, you see. So the language we use and the syntax by which we define and we give form and taste, substance, smell, feeling to reality, that's what creates our conditions inside and out. And from the time that we start learning to speak the language, the first word that a 2-year-old learns after it learns the language sufficiently enough to communicate, the one it uses most often at that age is what? No. 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 That is his or her way of defining his space. Oh, but you see, if you don't allow at least a time for him to have his space, then you're conditioning that child to become accustomed to your space. You see, you're forcing that child to become more amenable for repression and doing time.
Is that also a form of rebellion?
Well, it's not a form of rebellion more than a form of the personality trying to form a distinction from what is his or her surroundings. Remember, he has no say in his surroundings. And all he is essentially being handed off to everybody. You got to sleep, you got to do this, you got to do that. Once he understands how language affects his environment, he uses that in order to set the structures for his own perception. Because he's a little man that's frustrated because his little body is limiting what he feels his potential is. He doesn't know what it is yet, but it only comes out as this anger or this frustration.
The reason why I ask that question is because I see little babies almost fight their parents now.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I don't even know, but
yeah.
they be hitting them and
yeah, well, that's because the parent. It is the parent.
Okay.
It is the way that I've watched this pregnant girl walking into the movie to see Jason.
Yeah, that's true. Right. Effect on the mind of the child.
That's madness. That's madness. Women in the ancient days, when they carried the seed, sequestered themselves from all stress and influences. That child was in peace. That's why when the white man came, he could not understand why little native children never cried. Or if they did, it was like, you can't even hear children crying. They had the same kind of look that little baby that was up here was here. Just peaceful, smiles on their face constantly. You see? No, that's it. Milk on tap constantly. I mean, he was in heaven. Yes, brother.
Yeah, I was going to say, reference to what you said about the sister going in to see Jason. Like the doctors say, if you get too depressed, see, that's negative energy. And what happens is either you can lose that baby or it'll come out deformed. Yeah. So you got to put as much positive energy in yourself as you could so that the baby can, become born normal.
Oh, yes. Well, exactly why the distractions are there to deform your child from in the womb. What's his name? Fritz Springmeier, who they locked up, by the way, wrote on the Illuminati codes and Illuminati mind control. And he has a section that I have it someplace packed away called How to Make a Homosexual. From the womb. They can do that. They can create geniuses in the womb. They know how to do that because they know how our ancestors did it. They can mind control you by moving the sutures on your skull. They do that when they want to get rid of somebody and they want to cause somebody to mind control. They cause an accident or they wound them or shoot them. And then they get them in the hospital. And then the Illuminati knows through the Chinese, because this is a Chinese technique, that while you're unconscious, manipulating the sutures, the plates on your skull, in such a manner can change the way you think. Because the sutures represent a kind of power line of conductivity for thought. They are the ones that qualify the ambient energies that are around your head. The sutras do that in relationship to the holographic matrix of thinking that you have inside your head. And the flow of energy around your brain is based upon how those sutras are placed. The Chinese know how to change the plates and get you mind controlled. And they learned how to do that. Now, Dr. Nalani does something called craniosacral biodynamics. And she is currently working on this child who is quote-unquote autistic. Of course, the child was vaccinated, and some of them dropped and so forth. But they're talking about, well, autism is not what you think it is. It's not. It's bullshit. It's toxic poisoning, and it happens mostly to boys. Okay? So autism is a boy's disease, and they attack the boys that way. But there is a science that our ancestors used to do, just like the hugging that we showed. But there is a way for your body. Your body communicates in so many different languages that the relative language we use now to speak and the quantumized languages that is in your body based on how your blood works, based on how certain fluids work, your spinal fluid works, based on how the air in your body, because your body is not just a flat piece of meat and then you just breathe through the lungs. There are aeriferous passages all through your body that does not have any blood in them. And air is in there as well. So there are different ways that your body speaks. In fact, it becomes this choir. It either sings or screams. And that's why your organs are musical instruments. Each organ is within the body, and what is a body? Another word for a body? Church. So the church has an organ that people play. And you heard in one of my last lectures, I think it was the one I did, Code Breakers, where the church organ can get you into feeling God. Why? Because the music of the church organ synchronistically or synergistically links up with the harmonics of your organ, which is actually playing certain notes that represent the music of your inner spheres.
That's why it hits the solar plexus.
Well, the solar plexus, yes, is the sun center of your body. But the organs like the liver and the heart, the kidneys, the pancreas, each one vibrates on its own tone. When that note goes dissonant or flat, that's when disease comes in. The health that you get is based upon you cleansing the pipes and the organs so that the music may be played once more. When each organ is playing in synchronicity, have you ever awakened when you just felt so good? There was nothing resisting your body. You could do whatever you wanted with your body and you felt good. That's the youth energy that still resides there, you see. But you have to get the organs playing the right notes. You see the violins and just like an orchestra. You're a walking orchestra. I mean, if the violins ain't playing on key and the piano ain't on key and so forth, how's the orchestra going to make music? It's the same thing with your body. Yes, somebody was over here. Yes.
I just wanted to add that in the native tradition, I could say this for most native tribes, is that when the baby is toddling around and it's at the age where you can talk to it, most of the tradition is that you don't talk to the child. You don't tell the child, no, don't do this, or yes, you can do this. You imitate what it is that you want. And so we allowed the children to just watch us. So if it was bedtime, everyone went to bed, the child sees this, and he or she imitates.
Exactly.
Or if you're eating, you just show the food.
Right.
The baby starts doing it.
Right.
And so most of the baby coming up until a certain age was taught like that.
Imitation, yes.
You didn't talk to the baby in the manner that...
Exactly, exactly. That's the connection where the child is not interrupted by the first-hand experience.
That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Because in American Sign Language, the babies who have been born, most deaf children are born to hearing parents. And so hearing parents think that they have to know, they have to speak, they have to try to force them to speak. But the language that Sister Puma is talking about is sign language. And sign language, they call it American Sign, but there's sign language. It has no, there are different ways of using sign language. But the point that I just wanted to make there, that it's a wonderful thing, because when a child grows up learning sign language, there's a developmental stage, there's a part of the brain that functions differently from a hearing child that functions with just using the voice, using language that you speak. Deaf child has a different type functioning in the brain, in the language section of the brain. Now there are hearing children who are born to deaf parents who really are exceptional because they have both. They learn their first language is the language of sign. So that has enabled them to develop a certain part of the brain. And then their second language is a vocal, a language that you use the voices. And so what Sister Puma was saying, that's a wonderful thing to be able to have them both and not have to be deaf to be able to develop that part of your brain. And we could get into that more and learn how to use that, strengthen ourselves, strengthen our children, to give them a part of a state of development that they would not have had otherwise.
Very good.
The foundation of all native tradition is not to talk. We don't need.
Yes, I noticed that. I was watching a documentary where two native men, there was this loud amount of celebrating going on. And most of the people, the white people, were shouting and talking, yelling at one another, right? The two native men were sitting across from one another, and it was standing right there. It was like, and they were.
Right.
And then the other one would, and the thing about the native and people, indigenous people, Africa, all of it, they have this stoic energy, this peace, this kind of attention that is missing from the person who comes from out of the city. And to watch them speak to one another with no expression on their face. Whereas American Sign Language, quote unquote, is about expression. And it was deep to watch the native people just like that. And he was just, and the other one was like, and it's like one would stand like this, and he would listen. And then, after he would finish, go to the other. Peace. There was this peace. There was this placidness that I don't see here. There's overactivity. And of course, it comes from a place where the white man was hyperactive to begin with. coming up into the indigenous cultures, demanding the way he did everything to be done today, now. You know, we'll get to it. You know, there's a whole other time sequence. We get up, we do certain things at a time, do that. But the white man's hyperactivity translates into the way he communicates. You know, they tried to give you some semblance of native peoples in dances with wolves. And they want to give you a little bit of that. But they always isolate you and think that, you know, we're doing Native American religion and culture. No, you're not. You're just pimping what you think they're doing. You see, and then you're wholesaling it for $10,000, which is bullshit. But I know I'm off the track. Where we are now, let me just bring us back because we got about 5 minutes. Where we are as a people now, as a spiritual people, as a structure of consciousness, is that we have to now take, and I'm saying this now because the little bodies of consciousness that I'm going to be holding you know, if you want that to happen, you call me and let me know. I'll give you what we're going to be doing during that time. I'm not going to be able to go out there and make money like that anymore because this is the only thing I do. So I'm saying to myself, well, what am I going to do? I don't know. I just know that I got to stay lockstep with the universal consciousness imperative. And whatever it was that I think I didn't have at the time when I lost my house was provided for me because I maintained the course. If I did anything else, I'd be probably in the Bari right now with a fifth. I have to do this, and I have to keep qualifying and refining what teaching, the type of teaching. This is what you have to do as well. Find out inside of yourself what makes you happy when you do it. Don't say, well, I'll be happy if I try this. No. What makes you happy when you do it? Some people say sleeping. Leave me the fuck alone. If that's the case, then conduct yourself in such a manner that you develop the zen of sleeping and learn how to do that well. But whatever it is that makes you happy at this point, other than it being a debilitative practice, whatever that is, if it does not debilitate the temple, if it makes the temple happy, and if you smile when you're doing it, if you feel a sense of yourself, that means your thymus is opening up, and that thymus is what keeps us young. The thymus gland is huge in the little people. By the time we get to our ages here, it starts to shrink down into damn near nothing. But that thymus is what keeps us healthy. Once it shrinks, you start getting into diseases. Whatever it is that makes you start feeling good about yourself from the pit of your stomach, what makes you give joy, if it's about using your hands to sculpt. I tell people, you want to try something? Go take a sculpting class. That, you know, that immediately you get into the way the mind of God works. Because that's essentially what it is that your mind does. Your mind molds reality into existence. And you can interface with that physical practice and have a kind of synergistic relationship with the practice. Even if you're just digging holes in it for the meantime, until you find out what that meditation is inside of you that's trying to come out, that's trying to express itself. Let the clay become as your spirit catcher. You see, the clay is like an instrument for you. That's what a musician has. A musician doesn't have a guitar. A musician doesn't have a horn. A musician doesn't have drums. A musician has a spirit catcher. And that instrument he has catches the spirit, and the spirit plays itself through that instrument. You can do the same thing with a mess of clay in your hands. Looking at it, looking at something and making it real, giving it reality. You can do that. It's beautiful. That's one way to channel that creative energy. Another way is to dance. I ain't danced in a long time. You know, if I do, my ass will start hurting, my toes, my hair will hurt. But when I do dance, when I do get the chance and something hits me like an earth, wind, and fire comes on, oh man, I say, oh, you know, it don't look as good as it used to, but it still feel good. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is that you can do right now to displace yourself from the programming that they've put out there for you to absorb through osmotic madness constantly every day, you've got to do something to counter that, to find that still point, that center. And then go in the park when you get a chance. Go by the water early in the morning when you get a chance. Find organic fixtures and structures where you may interface your personality, your feelings, dump into those waters, because the water at the ocean is the same texture, the same taste, not anymore because they be dumping all kind of shit in it, but the water is the same quality of water, saline solution inside of you. That's why when you get dehydrated or when you get sick or whatever happens, they stick a saline solution in your arm that's akin to the seawater, because that's what you're made of, the seawater. And that seawater itself, when you go down to a pristine ocean and you smell it and you hear it, that's you. That's what your insides are supposed to smell like. That's what you're supposed to feel like. When that water hits you, that water is inside of you. It's what you're supposed to be doing, swimming at the beach within yourself. Find out how you may use reflective templates, I call it. In other words, set up the mirror of things or pictures of things that you want to interface with. This is an exercise. You can do that. There's another exercise that we do when we do these little gatherings, is the mirror exercise. I tell everybody, bring themselves a mirror about this big and this high so that we can meditate in front of the mirror. Once we learn how to do mirror meditation, we fall into a whole other kind of vicarious ocean, because the mirror then imitates water. And then what happens is I teach you how to see the essence of matter. If you can meditate and focus your mind enough, you'll find out that by your staring at a specific chair in a meditative state of stillness, once you reach still point and you use your eyes in such a certain way in that still point, the chair begins to do this right in front of your eyes. Right in front of your eyes. It spooked the shit out of some of my students. They got up and left. But what I'm doing is not teaching you spookism. I ain't teaching you none of that dumb shit. I'm teaching you who you are. You can make the choices after you know all the shit you can choose about. But just to say this is who you are or that is who you are, you're a fool. Because if you are God, as many of the gods and earths out there have been talking about, then what is your limitation? Why do you feel limited? Why do you say that this is who you are? Why does God speak this way only? Why does God feel this way only? Why does God set limitations for itself? No. Who you are is limitless, eternal, and ever evolving. And that's why we have to come back to that place. Limitlessness, infinite, and self-evolving. And with that, brothers and sisters, I will say,
one question. In meditating with the mirror, my eyes are open and I'm looking straight into the mirror.
Don't try it yet. Don't try it yet, because you can start calling up shit. The mirror is two ways. Remember, it's not just, it's you and the reflection. The reflection is just as real as you are. And whatever you do in that mirror is holding who you are. The reflection becomes part of you, and you become part of the reflection. Now the mirror itself, once meditation happens, remember, your mind, matter is psychoreactive. Thus, if you focus your attention enough, you can change or you can displace the solidity of the mirror and transpose what water is into the mirror, and you can see the mirror begin to distort. In that mirror, which turns into water, you can now invoke or induct who it is you want to see. And you see people. And it'll scare the shit out of you, because if there's something in the room with you and you've opened up the portal through your mind, and what kept that thing away from you was your direct severance and disconnection because of your focus onto third dimension, you now open up that dimension to fourth and fifth. You now created a doorway for whatever was in that room to walk through. You can't do that.
So when do I do it with you somewhere?
You can do it with you or anybody, but I'm saying know that there's a consequence to when you start using your mind to focus it differently. Because the only reason we are safe, or we feel that we have a kind of measure of security from all of the forces around us, is because matter is self-restrictive as well. In other words, matter is an opposing force. That's Satan. Satan rules matter because Satan is the opposer. But Satan simply means matter. Matter sets up its own resistance to spirit, because if it didn't, it wouldn't exist. So you now perceiving in this reality, you set up a structure by which to perceive it. If you want to distort that structure in your brain and change the way that your brain is perceiving, then you operate and you amplify energies that are like Kundalini, so that the brain changes its amperage, ohmbrage, its conduction, its induction, and then you now begin to switch, just like you change a channel. Now, by you distorting the present reality, you have distorted the present reality in your mind. You have caused the reality that had been previously locked out from you to open up.
Yeah, what was dormant is now going to become alive.
Well, not dormant. It's alive still. It's just that your focus keeps it at bay.
Okay.
Isn't that also because of your agreement? All along you had these agreements, you've agreed that this is that and that is the other, and now you're sitting there and in one specific place in time, you're changing that, but you haven't changed all of the others to go along.
Right. You have not.
So you haven't prepared yourself mentally, spiritually, emotionally,
Right.
cosmically for this experience.
Right. So you have to be careful when you start doing things that have to do with the meditation of intent, or the meditation of focus, or as Queen said, the meditation to disengage the agreement. Okay? Yes, brother.
Yeah, I have several years ago I was playing around with that, and upon staring in the mirror, or maybe like about maybe 10 minutes, begin to see that the face structure itself
Starts to change. Yes.
One has masculine, the other has feminine.
Yes. Some see animals.
Right, and I also you see like rock, trees.
Right. You begin to see nature. Yes. Exactly. You're perfect with it. And that scares some people. Like, there is a meditation where I line the students up across from one another, and we do a meditation staring into the face. After the 10 minutes or so, the face, if you're keeping your stare without moving, the face begins to distort and melt. And then animals come through.
But what scared me was I saw a dark side.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of the feminine side, the masculine side, it scared me.
Yeah.
The rock shape, but I saw a part of me that looked like the darker side.
Well, you know what that is? Each one of us, yeah, well, not only that. In Don Juan's novels, the dark image is death. That is your contract with life. That's what they say. The dark part of you is the negative part. That's your spirit shadow.
That's what I got.
Yeah, that's the spirit shadow. You know, that's the shadow you cast. In other words, remember I told you what reality is. Reality is this agreement that from one point to another where you are, the shadow that is cast of you is who you are. So you're a shadow being cast from a point of reference. This part of you is the shadow. You see, the real part of you is distant from this thing. You see, so you are, the essential you has cast the shadow of what you perceive yourself to be. And it is that shadow, within that shadow of darkness, that we try to perceive ourselves within light. And that's the difficult part of trying to work our way out of the physical constructs of matter, because it keeps us locked down in the shadow world. Okay, and with that, brothers and sisters, I thank you. It's been a blast, and I hope to see you in the circle. Peace. Thank you. Bless you.